sawa. Okay, mate.
Yes.
Stay at the center of the stage.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to see you again. You're looking sharp. You loved the day yesterday? All right, today is packed with even nice events. We're going to have a blast.
Mais James, je te vois aujourd'hui vêtu de poisson en fait. What is it about? Could you tell me more?
You said poison.
Your clothes.
This is poison. All right, this is fish leather. Thank you so much for the compliment.
Mais en plus, j'espère que tu as appris quelques mots du français. Have you learned more
Yes,
words
I
in
learned.
French?
Yeah, French word, cassava. Ça va.
Wonderful, thank you.
I'm used to cassava. Where I come from, we eat a lot, so I can't forget that word.
Merci à vous d'être présents et aussi ponctuels pour cette deuxième journée de Blue Invest Africa.
Thank you so much. We'll just jump quickly into the housekeeping. We are behind in time, so we'll just go through housekeeping quickly so that we can start our session. So quickly, I'll just tell you what you're going to do. Number one, please put your phones on silent. Number two, for those who need translators, kindly just raise your hand. You'll get a headset. Channel 1 is for English, channel 2 is for French. And then number 3, time management. So we're going to be very strict on time. Pictures, strictly 4 minutes. Panel, 5 minutes. If you see me walking towards you, just know you have like 30 seconds, and I'll be there smiling at you, telling you it's about time.
Nous savons que les bonnes choses ne durent pas longtemps, donc nous sommes sur le point de terminer cette deuxième édition de Blue Invest Africa. Pour cette raison, nous allons vous donner quelques recommandations pratiques. Toutes les personnes qui sont censées partir aujourd'hui, qu'elles n'hésitent pas à s'orienter vers le Registration Desk pour que les informations soient prises en compte et que leur acheminement soit fait dans les règles de l'art. Toutes les personnes, par contre, qui ne partent pas aujourd'hui, nous vous invitons à rester autour de l'hôtel parce qu'il pourrait y avoir des activités à l'extérieur et nous préférons que vous restiez en sécurité.
Thank you. So we have a special announcement. Kindly pay attention to this. If you are leaving today, kindly visit the registration desk. If you're leaving today, please visit the registration desk before you leave the hotel. And if you are staying, kindly please stay within the hotel premises until you are given further guidance. We have some reports that there might be some disruptions, so kindly stay within the hotel premises until guided further. Thank you.
We are going to start.
Yes.
But James, I want people in the room to do something simple. We have 4 columns, right? When I say Blue Invest, I want you to answer Africa. But each of you, not the 4. So we start by the column on our left to see what you've understood, how you feel after yesterday's activities and pitches. So 3, 2, 1, Blue Invest. Blue Invest. Okay, let's move to the second one. They are more numerous, so I hope we will have more. It will be warmer than the first. Blue Invest. Africa. We have more ladies there. Blue Invest. Africa. To the third. 3, 2, 1. Blue Invest. Africa. The fourth. I love your enthusiasm. 3, 2, 1. Blue Invest. And all of us, please. James, you help me?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Blue Invest, Africa. It's wonderful. Let's go.
Welcome. Thank you so much. Now we'd like to invite our panelists. Kindly just come to the stage, and we'd like you to introduce yourselves to the audience as we begin. Kindly. The jury. Sorry about that. So we'll start with the pitching session. So I'd kindly request the jury to come to the stage. Malika Bensali, Laurent Koliga, Ambrose, and Dr. Miguel Ganeima. Thank you.
Maintenant que les membres du jury sont installés, nous allons accueillir le premier pitcher de la journée, le premier entrepreneur de la journée. Nous appelons, venant du Maroc, M. Jaber Jarouk. Vous avez 4 minutes et le chrono est lancé dans quelques secondes. Je vous en prie. Avec plaisir.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Jaber Farouk, je suis directeur de l'ingénierie et des programmes au sein de Polydesign System, une entreprise spécialisée dans la conception et la fabrication des composants d'habillage intérieur automobile. Aujourd'hui, je viens vous parler d'un composant qu'on pense qui va être déterminant pour la Blue Economy d'une manière générale pour les années à venir, mais surtout qui va être révolutionnaire pour le secteur de l'intérieur automobile. On le pense pour 2 raisons, voire 3 raisons. La première, c'est un cuir. Il s'agit du cuir de poisson, d'ailleurs, qu'on a baptisé, nous, Aqua Leather. On pense qu'il va être déterminant pour 3 raisons. La première, c'est que c'est un cuir, c'est un matériau noble, avec une esthétique unique, une apparence luxueuse et ce qui est demandé dans le secteur de l'automobile. La deuxième raison, c'est ses propriétés physiques et chimiques, à savoir il est résistant, il est durable, il est flexible, et il est 100% recyclable. La troisième raison, c'est le fait qu'il soit dans son process de fabrication à moindre impact par rapport à l'environnement que le cuir traditionnel, par exemple, ou les matériaux similaires. Et surtout, il faut savoir qu'aujourd'hui, le cuir de poisson, son taux de transformation à l'échelle de la planète est très 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 faible en produits en un nouveau produit. C'est quasiment un déchet. Donc aujourd'hui, on est en train de parler d'un déchet qu'on est en train de transformer en un produit de luxe. C'est une innovation environnementale. C'est un produit qui a un impact environnemental très très important et c'est une vraie alternative viable et écologiquement responsable vis-à-vis du cuir traditionnel. Quand on parle d'habillage intérieur automobile, vous avez les pièces, vous avez pu les voir. Il s'agit de l'habillage des accoudoirs, des pièces qui vont sur les planches de bord, les panneaux de porte et tout ça. On va parler un petit peu chiffres. Le marché du cuir de poisson aujourd'hui, à travers la planète, c'est autour de 3 milliards de dollars. Le marché de l'intérieur automobile seulement sur le marché européen, on parle de 65 milliards de dollars avec une croissance stable, 4,8% pour les 5 ans à venir. On pense qu'en 2027, on sera plutôt autour de 88 milliards de dollars. Le pourcentage de ce marché qui est dédié à l'habillage, à savoir le cuir traditionnel, les matériaux similaires, le textile technique, c'est à peu près 20%. L'objectif d'Aqualeder, c'est d'atteindre 1/100 de ce marché, à savoir 12 millions d'euros. Pour cela, on a choisi un positionnement par rapport au cuir traditionnel, un positionnement de prix. Aujourd'hui, le cuir traditionnel, c'est entre 30 jusqu'à 160 euros en fonction de sa qualité. Aqualeder se positionne entre 80 et 100 euros avec une marge bénéficiaire de 40 à 50% à peu près. Notre objectif, ce n'est pas seulement de travailler, d'avoir une entreprise qui a des objectifs pécuniaires, mais on aimerait bien avoir une entreprise à plusieurs impacts. Un impact environnemental, c'est ce qu'on vient de dire. On parle d'un déchet qu'on est en train de transformer en un produit de luxe, mais aussi un impact social. Parce qu'on aimerait bien travailler avec des partenaires qui tannent le cuir en Afrique, des unités à taille humaine, des unités qui ont des capacités limitées, mais qui sont capables de sortir les volumes. On a modélisé des unités de fabrication avec des tailles de fabrication, des capacités de fabrication qu'on peut dupliquer partout en Afrique où on a la matière première. Et l'objectif, c'est justement, l'avantage de travailler dans l'automobile, c'est d'avoir des projets qui durent 5 ans. Quand on gagne une pièce sur une voiture, on sait qu'on va produire cette pièce pendant 5 ans avec un volume annuel stable. Ceci garantit des revenus stables aux populations locales. Ça fait travailler des femmes, ça fait travailler des gens qui sont dans le besoin et qui ont un revenu garanti pendant au moins 5 ans. Ce qu'on demande, c'est 1,5 million d'euros pour accompagner cette croissance et on vous demande juste de nous rejoindre dans cette aventure qui a plusieurs impacts, social, environnemental, mais surtout qui attaque un marché en pleine expansion. Je m'appelle Jaber Farouk, je suis prêt à répondre à vos questions. Merci.
Thank you so much, Raphael, for that great presentation. I think this is beautiful. It's great to see how you are using fish to make these fish skin to make these products. I just have a few questions for you. Number one, could you maybe explain to us a bit about your traction? What does your sales look like? What are your projected sales? Also, number two, what is your competitive landscape? Is there anyone else doing something very similar to this? And lastly, how does this compare to actual leather? What is the advantage to the consumer if they opt for this, also in terms of price point?
I will answer the second question first. What are our competitors for the moment? In the automotive industry, there are none. It's a completely new field where we can invest, where we know that we have a lot of opportunities. We can work in with no... We know that people will get into this market because it's a very good potential. It has a very good potential. But today, even to get the data about the market was very hard because there's no market yet. No competitors at this point, but all the companies that are doing materials for the interior will get into it as soon as they've seen the opportunity. Second thing is that the price positioning. This is what I said. We are talking about the traditional leather. Price is starting from 30 to 160 euros square meters. It depends on the quality of the leather. We are positioning our price from 80 to 100. So we already have an advantage in this point. And please, can you redo the first question because I forget.
Please, thank you for that. The first question was, could you explain to us a bit about your traction for the past years that you have been operating, and also what do you foresee in the future?
Our strategy will be to put in place a structure that is completely dedicated to this product. It means having sales people working with the OEMs on car manufacturers and all the big companies, big players working on this in Europe, and also a structure that is dedicated for the development, engineering, qualification, testing, project management that will be dealing with the programs that if we had or if we won a program with the company, then we have a complete team working on it until we deliver the production. And also scaling up the unities that will be produced in the leather. So our target is not to produce the leather, but to be in intermediate between the leather tanners and this leather users by producing the parts that goes into the cars. So yeah, the idea is to put an intermediate company or intermediate structure that is doing the link between tanners and users of the parts that you use in the leather, just like those you are seeing in front of you. Yeah.
Thank you, Jabel, for this wonderful presentation. My question would be, how do you meet your customers? And also the second question would be, since it's a new idea, how did you meet this idea? How did you come up with this idea? What is interesting is that the idea was born from, thanks to the Blue Invest event. It was in 2022, and we met a company, our actual partner now, who is doing tanning the leather, and we were looking for someone who is tanning the leather, because we had the idea to start using this material in the automotive, and we have been in contact. We contacted this company. We started doing works to validate the leather, to see it, to feel it, to see what we can do with it. Okay, this is how it starts. How we'll be meeting our customers, as I said, we'll put in a sales team working and approaching the different players in Europe to show the products, and also having some marketing actions by, for example, participating to all the big events for the automotive in Europe to show the material, to show the benefits of it, and there we can meet the big players, and we can also try to put the product into the new cars. Yeah, this is the idea.
I'll go back to the question that my colleague asked. I'm talking about traction. Did you actually do any sales?
No.
Not yet?
No.
Okay.
We are still in the phase of development, validation of the product. We had the opportunity to show it to some of our customers that are interested, but before we go to this stage, we need to have a valid product qualified for the automotive industry. And for this is why we are here, to get the money to go into this phase.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And also in this great presentation that you gave, you talked about the leather itself, but how does it compare to actual leather in terms of durability, for instance?
Yeah, almost the same.
And,
well,
you have technical reports certifying.
This is what we are doing now, okay. Because there are several tests. We have tests for aging to see how it lasts. We have tests for abrasion to see how the surface will act. We have for traction, a lot of tests we are doing now, and also to see how it behaves when we want to use it into a car. And all these tests are showing now positive signs, but not finalized yet. Yeah?
Okay, great. And the technology itself, or the science, the R&D that went into tanning this fish skin into leather, yeah. This is something that you own or your partner owns?
Our partner owns, but it will be based on our specifications, because we want to put in place tanneries that are crumb-free,
respecting the environment, and also producing the quality that is standardized in the automotive industry. So the tannin itself, it's standard. It's
Okay.
the same that we are using for
So
the
that means
traditional leather.
anybody other than your partner can do the same thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's no science or
No,
IP behind it?
No, there's nothing. There's nothing.
Okay,
It's
all right.
There's nothing really specific to the product itself. It's tannin. The tannin, it's just to stabilize the leather, so it's not decomposed. There's no decomposition of the leather. This is why.
Okay, so you're just the middleman taking the leather
Yes.
to the automotive part suppliers.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. And when you said that you had an ask for 1.5 million,
Yep.
with a forecast of how much revenue in the next years?
We believe, I will just give you a small calculation. Huh? If we are using, for example, 0.25 square meter of leather, that means 2 small parts, just like this, 2 small parts. In a car that is produced 150,000 cars a year, huh? It's a medium for a generalist. We are talking about 3 million euros sales. Easy. So if we are getting 2 cars, we know that will be more than that. So the sales will be very high very quickly as soon as we are getting into the market. Yeah?
Thank you very much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shafiq Jaber, for that wonderful presentation. And thank you, the jury, for watching time very, very closely. So we'll try and improve on that. All right, thank you so much. So now we'll invite our next speaker from Ghana, Poppy Dent. Trashy bags. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Trashy Bags. We are a social impact enterprise nestled in the heart of Ghana, where we upcycle plastic waste into daily usable products. My name is Poppy Dent, and I am the Operations Director of Trashy Bags. And my role here today is to demonstrate how we as a company are tackling plastic waste using a circular economy approach, creating jobs and raising awareness, all whilst achieving a net zero target objective. For over a decade, Trashy has been a recognized name in Ghana. However, due to a few market challenges, the company was sadly no longer viable, and in 2021 was acquired by the current shareholders. We have rebuilt the company from its foundations and transformed the business into a pioneer and leader in the alternative method of upcycling waste. Trashy converts LDPE plastic waste via a simple, low-impact production process, creating high-quality bags that not only look good, are good, but do good. To date, we have upcycled over 33 million pieces of plastic waste. That is the equivalent of 110 tons. This waste would have simply been discarded, or at best, destined for landfill. And in upcycling it, we have prevented the overspill of this destructive pollution from entering our oceans. But it's not all about making bags. We have a passion for education, a sustainable approach, and social impact too. Since our inception in 2008, we have created over 600 direct and indirect jobs for local Ghanaians, providing a stable income, growth opportunities, as well as supporting gender equality, which is vital, as 75% of our team are female. Our education awareness program inspired over 900 school children to visit our factory last year. We are currently on target to reach over 2,500 children, both locally and internationally, in 2024. Plastic waste impacts the entire African continent, and we are ready to take trashy bags to the next level and share our vision with other countries facing similar challenges. We are seeking the right partners who are going to continue to grow the company as a global brand through donor, debt, or equity structures. Our ask is for $750,000 US for expansion of operation, which will be used across infrastructure, job creation, brand awareness, and commercial activity generation. We have a detailed investment proposal that we would like to present in person to any interested parties. This demonstrates, with investment, we expect a 3-year aggregate revenue in excess of $1 million across 4 key channels to market. Within 3 years, we anticipate creating over 2,500 new jobs and removing
comes to the sales, closely tied to the market, and what kind of expansion plans you're looking at?
Okay, I'm going to go for the first question first, and if I forget, apologies if there's too many. What differentiates Trashy from kind of competitors is, first of all, you know, it's the production process. The way that we actually produce the bags is so low impact. You know, we use our sewing machines are all run by solar power. And because we're not having to physically break down the plastic, we're using the raw product. This ensures that we're not generating any additional CO2. There's no heat in the product. The bags are all washed and dry in the beautiful Ghanaian sunshine, which they're very lucky to have. And so from that point of view, in comparison to a bag that is potentially recycled and having to work out, you know, how the carbon offsetting, that's where we differentiate. There are other kind of items in the market. So moving on to your second question, there are other items in the market that, you know, potentially are using the raw ingredients as well. But their focus is purely on the material that they're using. The fact that one of our key objectives is creating jobs, and the final one is education as well. We feel that it's vital to educate the next generation as to why plastic needs a second life on that. So I think I've kind of covered 1.5 of the questions. With regards to kind of working with commercial partners, what we're looking at doing is potentially taking out the plastic waste that they are producing. So whether that is billboard material or potential rejected packaging, rather than it going to landfill, we're taking it, we're converting it into products on that one. And apologies, I can't remember the third question.
It was more on traction.
Yes, of course. So at the moment, organically, we are growing 100% year on year. But the reason that we're looking for kind of investment is that we want to kind of accelerate that and grow that further. So hence why our sale numbers can, as per my presentation.
Hello. My question would be, so the raw material in itself is LDP plastics, right?
Sorry.
The raw materials for creating the bags.
Yes. So it's water sachets. They're predominantly made out of water sachets, which is the #1 form of drinking water in Ghana. So this plastic waste is everywhere. And because it is so lightweight, although there are many collectors out there who kind of pick it up, it's much lighter than a PET bottle. And one of the wonderful things about trashy bags, one of the reasons why everybody always brings their LDPE plastic waste to us, is that we have been going for such a long time, but we will pay on the day of somebody bringing it in. And I think that's an incredibly important thing for some of these collectors that potentially are low-income families, that we are supporting them there and then.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I just want to say that you have a great designer, so amazing presentation and products. Going back to that same statement that you were just saying, how do you source in? I mean, you said that people are bringing them in and you're paying them on the spot.
Yeah.
But I mean, across the year, how many tons are you collecting? And you said that you want to go and continue this 100% year-on-year growth. Would that be enough? Do you have enough? Do you have that proper chain that you can source in to sustain this growth? So
currently, we pick up 10 tons a year. We're looking to grow that over the next 3 years to 50 tons by accelerating the production. It's worth mentioning that, as I said, Ghana, this is the primary source of drinking water, and 63% of Ghanaians use between 1 and 2 sachets every day. But Ghana's not the only country. So there is, I think I've calculated there are 17 other countries that also use sachet water. So the amount of waste is just unlimited at this point in time. Even if sachet water was banned tomorrow, the plastic waste would still very much kind of be out there. And I think from the design point of view, it's worth kind of mentioning that although it is a terrible material, plastic, it is a terrible material, it is an incredibly durable material. And actually, I was talking to somebody yesterday who bought a trashy bag 10 years ago, and they still use it to this day. And the final thing, kind of point to highlight, is that these bags can also be recycled at end of life. So we are giving them a second lease of life before they can enter the recycling chain.
Okay, great.
Sorry, I just had a last question.
Yes.
What is the risk of microplastics from the product?
I'm afraid I would have to come back to you on that point. That's a good question to finish on, but I would have to come back to you.
Thank you. Merci, chers membres du jury, pour les questions et pour votre disponibilité. Nous continuons donc la session de pitch, mais avant de passer à la prochaine entrepreneur, nous vous rappelons de voter sur l'application Slido. Donc, vous pouvez scanner le QR code que vous avez en face de vous ou à l'arrière de vos badges. Retenez encore une fois que les votes se poursuivront jusqu'à 10 minutes après la catégorie des pitchs afin que vous puissiez donner votre avis. Nous allons donc inviter ici, les femmes sont très dynamiques, hein, elle est déjà devant le podium. Donc, je vous en prie, Fatouma. Very good. You have the floor.
Hello. I left a promising career in petroleum and natural gas engineering to make and sell bags, shoes, and accessories meant to save the world. And let me tell you how. Let's take a moment and look at our hands. Can you see the blood on our hands? The blood of our brothers and sisters toiling in the leather industry, exposed to heavy metals that cause them cancer, pollute our waterways, and leave toxic residue? You might think the vegan or faux leather are good alternatives, but no, they are plastic-based, quickly end up in landfills, and exacerbate our environmental crisis through fast fashion. It's quite disheartening to know that our lifestyle choices are actively harming our people and planet. Say no more to this with Sulha Africa. Hello everyone, my name is Fatuma Ali, and I'm a petroleum and natural gas engineer turned social entrepreneur and the founder of Sulha Africa. Sulha Africa is an ethical and sustainable genuine leather brand that aims to do value addition on raw hides and skins left behind by the Kenyan livestock and fishing industries into high-quality circular leather products. Our mission is to sustainably elevate your style while celebrating our African heritage. As a passionate environmentalist, I founded Sulha Africa to enable us all to actively work towards the UN SDGs of climate action, responsible production and consumption, gender equality, as well as the blue economy. Despite starting with an initial investment of less than $300, we have generated over $5,000 in our first year alone. We have secured 3 outsourced production facilities. We have economically empowered over 20 women and youth from low-income backgrounds. We have educated more than 150 consumers on conscious consumption, authored a paper on indigenous African leather practices with a case study in the Lamu Archipelago, and presented the paper at the 126th Annual Conference of the Society of Leather Technologists and Chemists in the UK. We have even gotten a UK-based representative who's actively working on setting an online shop as we plan on entering the UK and EU markets. We're asking for $120,000 to enable us to roll out our own production facilities, fish leather, build a Sulha experience, as well as enhance our e-commerce. This funding would enable us to directly and indirectly employ over 150 women and youth from low-income backgrounds while guaranteeing the highest ethical and sustainable practices. It would also decrease our production costs, enabling us to fully explore all our current and potential revenue streams through B2B, through consignments, team building, leather sheets, outsourcing, private labeling, and branded products, and B2C through Build Your Sulha experience and finished leather products. With an estimated profit margin of about 47.85%, we project a cumulative profit of $850,000 in the next 3 years. According to experts, the leather industry creates the most employment opportunities in the livestock and fish and the agricultural industry, We need to leverage our resources in the blue economy as we realize the full potential of fish leather. It's time. It's time to wash off the blood off of our hands and become conscious consumers with Sulha Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fatima, for that great presentation. I have 2 quick questions for you. Number one, you spoke about expanding the e-commerce and selling in the UK. Have you thought about, or are you aware of any regulatory compliance challenges that could come up when you are trying to now export this product? Have you thought about the logistics as well? And number 2, you spoke about generating a revenue of $850,000 in the next 3 years. Could you explain a bit more about how do you intend to achieve that kind of attraction?
On to the first questions, in terms of regulations, working with a UK-based representative would cut our cost of logistics. Instead of shipping one product at a time, we'd work with the representative and do the bulk shipping, cutting our logistics cost, and the regulations and certifications. And fortunately, the Kenya Chamber of Commerce and along with its partners, they have established a number of capacity buildings to benefit from these opportunities, especially with the KEB certification being more accessible. It would enable us to fully integrate into that. And luckily, because of my trip to the UK, I managed to send a few pieces so that we could test out the markets beforehand. So working with the representative will enable us to set up Etsy and Shopify at the moment, as well as attend market exhibitions so we can get direct feedback on our products from the consumers. And your question, the question is the profit, the traction. So with the traction, we have gotten the numbers through the capacity that we're looking to get into and seeing the amount of resources available. It is important to note that in Kenya, along the coastal region, there isn't a number of tanners, and the tanners that do exist, they don't deal with fish leather. And generally, as a country, we do produce fish leather, which is Nile perch in the western part, along the River Nile and the lakes surrounding it. But with the marine and the Indian Ocean, we don't. So there is the availability of the resources and the guaranteed markets, especially with the government's interest, both the local government in terms of Kenya and the international markets on wanting to grow the leather industry in Kenya. Yeah.
Thank you, Fatma, for this nice presentation. And the product also is amazing, looks great. Can you tell us more about your team? Tell us more about your team.
My team?
Yes.
So we have a direct and indirect team. Our indirect team are the artisans that we work with from the outsourced production facilities. And the direct team is made up of me, the founder who's working on this full-time, and a number of another direct team, which is part-time, including a tech support guy, a social media expert, an artisan consultant, the UK-based representative, a partner who is with us during the exhibitions. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. 2 questions. Going into the numbers again. In the past year, what was your revenue?
We generated over $5,000 from $300. So in the first year, that is what we've made, and with the capital that we had, this year till date, we have about 3,400 pounds.
Okay. And this is where you had the 78.5% gross profit calculated,
Yes,
right?
yes, yes.
Okay. And you're expecting how much revenue in the next 12 months?
In the next 12 months is very determined on the current investments that we're seeking from, because we've realized that our growth is very limited because of outsourcing our services. So we would go to about $6,000, which is not very different from where we came from, and that's primarily because our expenses are quite high.
And you're requesting $120,000, that's your ask.
Yes.
To cover how many years of operation? I mean, for how long is this going to keep you safe?
With the current potential revenue streams that we're foreseeing and the projections, we project that for the next 1 year, the $120,000 would be spent and also start generating $30,000 by the end of the year. So we expect to break even in 1 year, start making profit, so we can reinvest and plow back into the business.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fatima. Vous le voyez bien, lorsque les entrepreneurs savent de quoi ils parlent, ça coule comme de l'eau de roche. Nous allons donc accueillir la toute dernière entrepreneur pour cette catégorie. Tilapia, you have the floor.
Good morning. My name is Tilapia, founder and MD of Keynote Company. My journey with Great Blue Ocean began in 2014 when I started my career in Zanzibar. It was during this time I amazed the beauty of the ocean that I discovered seaweed and witnessed the resilience and hard working of the coastal women. This passion for the ocean and potential seaweed stayed with me, led to the birth of Seamo's brand in 2021. Non-communicable and lifestyle diseases affect millions globally, leading to nutrition deficiency, and many lacking access to essential minerals. Seamos contain essential minerals our body needs, like calcium, magnesium, zinc, and iron. And in Zanzibar is the 3rd largest producers of red seaweed globally. And 80% of the seaweed farmers are women, but they often face economic challenges due to limited market access and value addition opportunities. Only 1% of the seaweed growing in Zanzibar is processed. That's where we come in as a solution. At Keynote, our mission is to empower communities through sustainable health solutions. And while contributing to a blue economy, our innovative Seamo's products not only promote health, but also create a stable market for the coastal communities. Our value additions comes in different forms. We have CMOS capsules, we have CMOS gels, we have gels infused with fresh fruits like soy sauce, strawberry, and bananas. And we have our unique blend, CMOS gel infused with honey, CMOS gels infused with chocolates, and CMOS gels infused with organic ginger and turmeric. We sell direct to consumers and to the retail shops and pharmacies. We are using sustainable harvesting technique and eco-friendly packaging to protect the marine ecosystem and minimize environmental footprint. In less than 3 years, we have saved over 1,000 customers, and our annual sales is growing for more than 50%, and we have reached sales of $41,000. We are proud to partner with over 60 coastal women and youth and aim to reach 250 by 2027. The global seaweed market is projected to reach $12 billion by 2030. With rising demand in health-conscious individuals who seek natural supplements, our focus is on those seeking natural supplements and health-conscious individuals. And we aim to place our products in more than 300 shops in Europe, USA, and Africa by 2027. We are seeking $200,000 to set up a dedicated factory that will enable us to attain necessary certificates for the international market. This will empower over 250 coastal women and youth and reach over 10,000 customers annually, and we project our annual revenues to reach $1 million. We are currently collaborating with food influencers to increase our brand awareness, and we have placed our products in retail shops and pharmacies, and we aim to place our products in international e-commerce platforms to increase our market. We welcome you to join us in this transformative journey. Let us redefine wellness and shape a healthier future to come. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much for a great presentation and a variety of products over here. It's great to see a lot of value addition happening. I just have one question for you. You spoke about expanding to 300 shops by 2027. What is your strategy to go about this? Once again, regulatory compliance, especially when you're doing supplements. We have some very stringent regulations when it comes to supplements. Has it been tested? Do we have any reports to back this? Just to make this process much more easier for you as well as you expand.
Okay. Thank you so much for the question. So we are proud actually to receive a certificate from Ministry of Finance. We have tested our CMOS capsules, and 2 months ago we have received the certification, so we are proud to say that we can now sell our CMOS capsules to the retail shops and pharmacies, and that's what we have been starting doing. In less than 1 month, we have been closed deals with 20 shops, retail shops and pharmacies, and that's the road we are going. That's why we aim by 2027 we'll reach over 300 shops, because it's only less than a month. We have already closed with 20 shops. Yeah.
Thank you for this great presentation.
Thank you.
My question would be, can you tell us more about your team and your competitive landscape?
Thank you for the question. For the competitive, CMOS, it was actually the not well-known product in our country, but now there is rise in demand with the CMOS product, and some competitors are coming, which is the good thing as well, because it's keeping rising the awareness of what it is and its benefits. And we are impact-driven company. And our products, we are focusing on the health products, like a nutrition CMOS porridge and the gels. And also, we are going to the pharmaceutical products, like the capsules, which it will be eco-friendly. I mean, it's a vegan capsules, and it's easy to consume. And a lot of our pharmacies at the moment, they are interested with it because it's easy to put in the stores, and it lasts longer compared to the gels and the nutrition CMOS porridge. And for the team, we are proud to have a great team. We have expertise in seaweed. We have a nutrition expert, and we have an accountant. We have a processing expert, and marketing and sales expert with MBA in marketing. And I myself, I have a bachelor degree in business administration, and I have master's in business administration in corporate management with years of experience in managing business. And on my early 20s, I was managing business for the $700,000. So all these have given me the expertise and knowledge, which will, the team, all of us, we are going to push this to reach our goals. Thank you.
Great. Let's speak numbers after this great presentation that you showed a lot of passion in. How much revenue did you make in the past 12 months?
Okay, so because we didn't have the certificate and all the lessons, so for the past last year and few years, we did like a 20,000. And for this year alone, we have be able to do, it's almost 20,000 at the moment.
So 20,000 is 2023?
Yes, the 20,000 is 2023. And for the 2022, we was just starting, so we did like a 2,000. And for this year alone, we have already reached 20,000. Yeah.
Okay, and how much revenue do you foresee in the next 12 months?
Okay, in the next 12 months, we are foreseen to achieve $100,000 because at the moment we have already closed the deals with 20 shops, and we are negotiating with over 30 shops at the moment. And our plan is by end of this year, at least we have like a 40 shops in a contract that will enable us to grow market. 42,000. I mean 42%, sorry.
And what's your net profit?
Sorry?
Net profit.
Net profit.
Yes.
Net profit, it will be $425,000 from 1 million.
From 1 million,
Yes.
okay. And in terms of supply, are you going to be able to, I mean, you're actually going 5x in terms of revenue,
Yeah.
meaning that you're pushing in 5x products. Do you have enough supply?
Yes, we have enough supply because we are currently collaborating with 60 coastal women, and we are already negotiating, and we have a lot of, in the platforms with a lot of farmers, where a lot of them, they are interested to working with us. So we just want to push you the market first, and then whenever we have the chance, we'll join them. That's why we have a goal, at least by 2027, to have at least a team of 250 women and youth.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Stella. And thank you for a wonderful jury. We really appreciate this. Thank you so much. All right. So voting lines are open. Kindly make sure that you vote for your favorite pitcher on Slido. We have 10 minutes after every pitching session. Thank you so much. So just to make an announcement, we have an MSC called Coral Spirit Aqua Adventures based here in Diani, and they are offering a raffle. Yes, a raffle for a boat ride. So if you get a chance, just visit the exhibition out here, and then you'll exchange contacts and have a chance to win a boat ride here in Diani. Thank you. So we'll now move to our next session.
Nous venons donc de terminer avec cette première catégorie de pitch pour la journée et nous allons passer à un panel. Blue Invest Africa favorise la connexion entre des investisseurs et des entrepreneurs de l'économie bleue venant du continent africain, sachant l'importance des investisseurs dans le processus de croissance de nos entreprises. C'est pour cette raison que seront invités en face de vous tout de suite quelques experts qui vont nous parler de la dynamique de l'investissement sur le continent, mais également des actions qu'ils déploient sur le terrain dans le but de permettre aux entrepreneurs d'accéder à des niveaux plus importants. Avant d'appeler ici le modérateur du panel, qui se fera rejoindre par ses copanélistes, j'aimerais partager une expérience pratique d'il y a deux ans aux Seychelles, durant la première édition de Blue Invest Africa. Et c'est à l'attention des entrepreneurs. Hier, nous vous parlions de la plateforme sur laquelle sont renseignés les contacts des investisseurs et des partenaires qui prennent part à cet événement. Et j'avais rencontré un monsieur, durant la première édition de Blue Invest Africa, qui a accepté de nous accorder 1 heure de discussion à l'époque, parce que nous rencontrions un problème au sein de notre entreprise, un conflit de cofondateurs. C'est quelque chose qui tue les entreprises en réalité. À ce moment, je pensais qu'on n'allait pas s'en sortir, mais grâce à ces conseils, rentrés au Cameroun, on a pu poser des actions qui nous ont permis d'aller de l'avant. C'est donc avec gratitude et plaisir que j'appelle M. Alex C. Groskopf, qui va modérer le panel que vous allez écouter tout de suite. Je vous en prie sous vos ovations.
Merci. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. All right, how are we doing? Good. It's a small good. Good-ish. All right, we're going to do quickly something. Before I call all the panelists on stage, I want you to take your phones, which is not often that you would be asked to do this in a conference room, to scan this QR code, which is the same one that you've been using all along. And what we're going to do is kind of a family feud type of panel. You're going to go through, there's 5 questions. I'm going to take you through those 5 questions on the Slido. Have everyone vote. There are different types of approaches, single choice, multiple choice, ranking, and whatnot. Then I'm going to call the panelists on stage, let them introduce themselves, and we're going to ask them the same question. And we're going to see, answering those questions, how do these compare to the answers that you think are the right answers. All right, so I'll let you scan. And as you scan, you'll get access to the first question, which says something around the line of, in your opinion, what challenges are holding back innovation in Africa's blue economy? This first question is a multiple choice, so you can tick more than one answer. Give you 30 seconds. And actually, as you're answering this one, I will call the first panelist on stage to make up for time. Keep answering the first question at least. Jan Willem, do you want to join me on stage? I'll introduce the second question. Investing in Africa's blue economy startup is the new frontier. What sector do you think attracts the biggest investments? This is a single choice. So you pick the one biggest opportunity that you think is out there for startups in the blue economy in Africa. And as you answer this one, I will call our second panelist, Sue. If you want to join us on stage, please. This should be faster. It's a single choice. Third question, what factors are key to unlocking more investment in Africa's blue economy? This is a ranking question. So you need to click, like you've been doing for the pictures before, on all the answers and rank them from the most important to the least important. The most important or interfering factor in investment in the economy in Africa. And I'll call our third panelist, Bruce. If you're there, I saw you this morning. Mind joining us on stage, buddy? Thank you. And I'll let the panelists introduce themselves in a second. Fourth questions and penultimate question, stress. What are the biggest concerns about investing in the blue economy in Africa? This is a word cloud. So you need to type the word that corresponds to what you believe is the biggest challenge in less than 25 character. What is your biggest concern about investing into the blue economy in Africa? I'll call our fourth panelist, Dr. Somorin. You're in the room, I didn't see you earlier today. Yes, you're there. Wonderful. Please join us on stage. That's a word cloud for the fourth question. So you type in 25 characters max. Welcome, buddy. And then the fifth and last question. Why are investors increasingly interested in Africa's blue economy, encompassing a range of sectors beyond traditional fisheries, which makes up the vast majority of what the blue economy is in Africa. And this is a single choice. All right. So these are the questions that we're also going to try to tackle with our esteemed panelists. We're going to start, I'm going to actually sit. We're going to start by a quick round of introduction. If each of you, starting with you, Bruce, and then going from your right to Sue, Jan Willem, and Dr. Samoei, could you introduce yourself and your organization briefly, 2 minutes, then we'll come back to the questions that we ask the audience. Please.
Thank you very much, Alexis. I wish we had the timer there. That would be quite useful.
Yeah.
But in any case, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Bruce Nsereko-Lule. I'm a general partner at Seedstar Africa Ventures. Seedstar Africa Ventures is a venture capital fund that invests from an early stage for the people who understand the terms, what we call pre-Series A. And effectively follows on investment all the way to Series B. So putting in tickets effectively that cumulatively come to $5 million and really providing business expertise, capital, business networks to help grow and scale our companies. We're a Pan-African fund and a sector-agnostic fund at that. Briefly on myself, I've done over 70 investments across the continent. Many companies have grown and scaled into $1 million valuation companies that are making multi-million-dollar revenues every year. With regards to the environment, I've done investments in companies such as Cocoa Networks. So this is helping 800,000 households in Kenya have a clean cooking solution that is affordable. The likes of Beacon Power Services. This is a company that is providing a software that helps utility providers optimize the provision of power, saving them last year $600 million worth of revenue across 5 utility providers in West Africa. We did that actually under Seedstar Africa Ventures, and GuideWheel, which is effectively a company that is providing softwares to help manufacturers optimize their production processes and utilize resources accordingly. So it's a pleasure to be on this panel. Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce. Sue, your turn. Susan.
Hello, good morning. So my name is Susan Wanjiku. I'm the technical advisor at GIZ, where we have a new project we're calling Spark. And within Spark, we're working on 3 topics where we're trying to look at climate smart ventures, applied research, and gender equitable. So this 3 combination is what then we're looking to start investing in. And so I'm tasked with building and now starting to invest within an innovation fund for the very first time within GIZ. I think that's very exciting for us, starting to put money out. And so within Spark, we're looking to then support a lot more startups within the blue economy, as we have thought, or we've seen that with climate change, blue economy are synonymous. It's like you have to be working within the oceans. So yeah, that's me.
Thank you, Susan. Jan Willem.
Yes, hi, good morning. My name is Jan Willem Leur. I'm representing the European Investment Bank. I'm actually responsible for the technical department of the bank. In that sense, we're quite unique. We have a strong technical team operating out of Nairobi. The European Investment Bank, in fact, we're working with everyone here on the panel, also Seedstar Africa, we recently financed. We are the Bank of the EU, so we are owned by the EU member states. We are also referred to as the biggest multilateral development bank, given our volume, but we do about 5 billion a year in Africa. We also basically known to do large tickets. So how do we reach the microfinance or the SMEs? Well, we actually do that through partners. We do that through local development banks or local banks. We do it through funds, providing them credit lines and equity. in Tanzania, in fact, we've recently just signed a couple of credit lines with intermediary banks, NMB, KCB, CRDB, to provide finance to blue economy actors, gender, women in business. So I think that is targeting specifically the blue economy. Of course, this is also, we follow EU policy guidelines. So we're not a policy bank, but we're not a policy maker, but we follow policy of the EU. So main policy goal, of course, now is to support the Global Gateway and to reach through that, throughout different product lines, the smaller entrepreneurs that are operating in this space. I should also mention that we have ongoing project development technical assistance programs, such as under the Clean Oceans Initiative that we do with partner development banks of the EU, European partners such as AFD, KfW, the Spanish Development Bank, Italian Development Bank. And we provide technical assistance to prepare projects under the COPIP program to develop projects that actually help to reduce pollution going into the oceans, into the rivers, of course, land-based waste that is polluting the ocean. So I think that is, of course, very impactful in terms of making sure that the blue economy thrives and we keep the plastics out of the ocean. That's in a nutshell. We can develop a bit further as the questions come through Slido.
Thank you very much, Jan Willem.
Good morning, everyone. Olufun Shoshomorain from the African Development Bank. I lead the work on green growth and climate change for East Africa region, based out of our office here in Nairobi. And I think just to introduce the bank, we're one of the multilateral development banks, similar to EIB, purely focused on African issues, particularly on infrastructure development to drive economic and social transformation on the continent. On average, we approve projects worth anything between $8 to $10 billion annually. Now, in the bank, our approach is this: what we call blue, what we call climate resilience, what we call low carbon, they're all nested within our notion of green. So I know we're here, this is a blue economy community, but in the bank, we put everything within the green economy. And what we do is to mainstream green innovations, green ideas in all development projects. So we don't have standalone green projects. What we have is green-informed development projects. And we're able to track what quantum of our global resources on an annual basis goes to green innovation. And that's about 55%. So if we do $10 billion worth of investment in a year, we are able to account for about $5.5 billion of that going into things relevant to green, blue, and climate objectives. And I hope to share some of the facilities that we have that can respond to some of the pitches that we had earlier on, and hopefully share ideas on how to engage the bank. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you very much. So we have a quite diverse set of panelists, which is interesting, private investors. Bruce, with this particular did you invest into SMEs that are not necessarily super tech, whatnot, like digital? A lot of the pitches that we had today and the day before weren't necessarily relying 100% on digital technology. So it's pretty interesting to have you in the room. Hopefully you'll be making some good conversations. Sue, I'm picking up on this idea of science to enable better development of sustainable solutions. And indeed, you can't improve things that you don't thoroughly understand. When it comes to ocean economy, ocean impact, obviously having a better understanding in science is definitely something that will help us inform the right decision. Willem, talking about SDGs and impact, you give examples of things that are not directly within the blue economy per se, but that are directly impacting. You talked about retail and pollution that are directly impacting the ocean economy, which is quite interesting. And Olufunso, I hear there's a bit of a, I like that actually. You're putting $8 to $10 billion right after Jan Williams putting $5 billion, but I think that the EIB is an investor of the AFDB to some extent, trying to mainstream the green investment into our economy, and they cannot be green without blue, right? So with that, and potentially with the intention to compare what the audience thinks. We asked everyone, what challenges do you think are holding back? Because the African blue economy development has been going on for a while, obviously, and it's only starting to pick up more rapidly in the last 3 to 5 years. What do you think, and I'll go back to you, Bruce, first. What do you think was one of the biggest challenges that was holding back that growth? No, don't look at the answer. Look at me.
I was interested to see what
You'll compare, don't worry. We'll do that.
But yeah, I believe there's probably two key challenges that we have. I agree with the crowd. Generally, access to funding is a big problem that we have. I think when I think of the venture capital space, I've been active now for about 10 years in it. And I don't think of many companies that have been able to raise financing. Maybe it is because the way that the companies that we have been structured doesn't per se fit the VC or PE space per se, or the way it's being sold, but it seems that there is a lack of financing for blue initiatives. I think there's, and that kind of alludes to my next answer, I think there's a potential lack of understanding. So an understanding of what opportunities actually exist in the blue economy that could, yes, derive a strong return for investors, but at the same time benefit the blue economy and the blue environment. So for me, I think these are probably the two biggest challenges that we see in this industry.
Thanks. I'll jump to you, Jan Willem. What's the role of government funding? And I mean, we have different representatives of the government funding, public funding, but what are the innovative ways that we can use finance, you as an enabling organization for the flow of financing, to bring more financing to the MSME level? To go back to the answer that the public said around, the biggest challenge being access to funding. How can you enable financing, funding, trickling down to where it's most needed in the blue economy space in Africa, from an EIB perspective?
Yeah, as I said, we do large ticket sizes, so we really need our local partner banks to roll out and the funds to roll out venture equity finance, or which is early stage, of course, but also junior debt. So we're working through instruments that are financed through the European Union under guarantee mechanisms, which de-risk exposure of local banks to new sectors. So what we're doing, local banks are often not familiar with the risks that are entailed in certain sectors that we would like them to encourage to invest more in. So women-led businesses, blue economy, but also the agriculture business in general. So we also, through the European Union, provide technical assistance to banks to train and to help them develop pipelines, solid pipelines, that would, enable access to finance by SMEs. And I think that is probably the way that, at least from the European Investment Bank's perspective, and also I believe the African Development Bank has a lot of these type of facilities as well, where we can really provide much needed finance locally, but it has to be through assisting local credit agencies, banks, to reach that market. We cannot do it from where we're sitting. Although we have offices all over Africa, I would say,
100%.
But we don't have.
You de-risking using finance, you're enabling to overcome this perception of the perceived risk that there is in investing into that space.
Yes, I mean, the idea of these product lines is basically to de-risk that portfolio that we would like them to, or the sector that we would like them to invest in, to help them de-risk, so they need to, so that it reduces the risk on the balance sheets. But we also provide, I wouldn't say, lower, of course, lower than capital market interest rates that are attractive for entrepreneurs to lend. So it's not. It's still a loan. It still needs to become. Still needs to come back.
Money needs to come back.
We do accept that there is, of course, a risk that some of the money will be lost, but it's not grant funding.
Thank you. Orufunso, do you have an example of an innovative finance mechanism that the AFDB offers to ensure that the money trickles down from the big check to where it's needed most on the ground to grow the African brick?
Great, thank you, Alexis. Well, if you allow me, the question that you've just asked him, I think it's also important to understand that finance, in whatever form, does not exist in an institutional vacuum. It's very much, finance is nested within the overarching political framework or the engagement framework in the country. And that's why there is an abundance of capital in one part of the world and there is a deficient, base of capital in another part of the world. Because the political structures that hold capital, they're not the same across the world. And what is important is the resources that we have, we then begin to use them in a very smart way to perhaps, at starting point, begin to address those bottlenecks. And one of them is policy. I strongly believe the biggest driver of change on the African continent is going to be policy. And supporting that work through some of the facilities, usually grant facilities, we provide technical assistance to government. And basically, the whole idea is to help them understand the opportunities in that sector and be able to see what policy initiatives need to be in place, consistent with unlocking the capital that is needed. We need to move money from where it is most abundant to where it is most needed. That's the first part. The second part is then to begin to develop some tailor-made instruments on the ground to be able to fit into the local realities. Just listening to some of the pitches today, some of the things that we are pitching about in the blue economic space. In another space, we'll call it circular economy, purely circular economy. In another space, we'll call it resilience thinking. And so the ability to frame that across multiple boundaries creates a diversity of opportunities. And I think it's very important. And what we then do is to then begin to look at instruments that are able to speak to certain sectors, but there are also instruments that can speak to across multiple sectors. So I'll give you an example. The bank has created what we call the African Circular Economy Alliance. Traditionally, we would do big ticket size projects, like you said, lend to government millions of dollars. And if we're not able to do that to a project that's asking for just $120,000, we're able to create an intermediary through local banks or through local private entities that are able to deploy that capital and be able to do the fiduciary and the risk management requirements in order to deploy that. In some cases, we've got these kind of instruments like the circular economy. And basically, the whole idea is you have up to $500,000 of resources that you can tap into and demonstrate the result. But you can't just do that for the sake of funding a beautiful project. You must be able to link it to unlocking an economic activity. And this is somewhere we stop at the idea at the level of thinking of a beautiful idea that is implementable, that has business case, but we don't think of it as part of a much larger economy in terms of unlocking opportunities. So we'd love to hear things about how many jobs are you creating, how is it changing the local economic dynamics, but how is it also contributing in terms of tax revenue to the government. So it's important to understand that money is there, but how do we restructure our enterprise systems in order to fit into what the money is looking for?
Sue, how do we structure our enterprise to have them access the funding that's out there? GIZ is working in providing another type of de-risking factor, not using credit lines, but using technical assistance and providing another type of support that makes the journey of entrepreneurship a bit more, bit less bumpy, I guess, in the blue economy space. How do you go about this? What does that bring to the entrepreneurs so they can better secure or more easily secure funding?
So with technical assistance, it's actually how we're known to operate, right? And I think that's the beauty of Spark, because we are starting to say that we see, most people who know me within the room have seen me working within innovation ecosystem, but more sector agnostic. And now coming into Spark is that we're then having a more climate focus. And because we are starting to say that we've worked in the ecosystem for about 7 years, and we've tried to build it to be more resilient, more future-oriented, But with even all the capacity building, everybody's overtaught. Everybody knows how to pitch. Everybody knows how to fundraise. Where's the money? You know? And the question about money then keeps becoming consistent. And we're like, okay, well, we can only teach so much. Let's start finding the money. And so the way we are looking at it now to blend that technical capacity is to start figuring out blended financial models. So how do we mitigate risk as GIZ for venture capital or for financial banks, for financial now institutions, so that they have an easier landing? Because say within even blue economy is that you're coming in to invest in infrastructure. So if you're thinking that what's my return on investment, then the entrepreneur does not have collateral. They do not have assets to declare that are worthy to receive the investment that is there. So then we're starting to come in and to say, okay, we need to start putting in money. And I think even for a development partner, that's going to be quite the first. And that's why I'm very open to saying, like, yes, talk to me if you're building a fund also. Let's figure out how to get money into the innovation ecosystem.
Thank you. Interesting. I think the answer to the first question that I've asked you kind of already nudges towards the second question that we've asked the public. So I would be keen to have the answers up, possibly. The question was, what factors are key to unlocking more investment in Africa's blue economy? The choices were policy, and you talked about policy as an important driver, Dr. Samoei Olufunso. There was another choice around improve access to finance at early stages, which we also covered with the two of you. And stronger data infrastructure was something that we haven't talked about, but capacity building and training is definitely something that we approach, and increased collaboration between private and public sector. And I'm also quite eager to see what people thought. Improved access to, it's all about money here. Huh? The first question was, we need more money. The second question is, we need more money. All right, interesting. Your head is on bounty, guys. All right, I want to move to the third question. I just want to, just a quick one about the data, because it's something we haven't talked about, right? In terms of investment, it's quite important to have access to data points. One of the biggest struggles in the blue economy is that we lack track record. We don't have a lot of data of positive investment and exits. It's something that we're missing across the globe. How do you work, Bruce, I'm going back to you, how do you create your own data sets to kind of inform a decision of investment, given the fact that there's not a lot of, it's quite trailblazing to invest into the blue economy in Africa at the moment?
Hello? Sorry. That's a very challenging question, actually. So, you know, how do you back an investment where you feel there is limited data? Especially when I'm thinking about the blue economy, I think a lot of the new innovations, new business models that are being developed are actually following traditional businesses. Be it agriculture, be it logistics, be it so on and so forth. So I think the data points do exist, per se, maybe for more traditional business. You're creating that enhancement to that business. So you can effectively create data points of what is existing, and then effectively model in the innovation that business is particularly bringing in to deliver a better outcome. So, for example, if we're looking at agriculture, you know, there's the traditional method of a man getting, or a man or woman, getting on a boat and fishing. But now we have effectively, more sophisticated methods of doing so, growing fishes effectively in cages, making sure that they have X amount of resource, so on and so forth. So effectively, one can model, you know, based off what I'm doing, what should be my effective improved outcomes. So I think it's still possible.
Very good. I love your answer. A lot of the African blue economy, in particular, is a sum of existing old businesses, right? We talked about earlier, Jan and Willem, you were talking about the policy alignment with the European Commission that is very just passed the restoration of nature law, actually, recently. aligned with the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 14 being the least, most underfunded. It's something that obviously we all need to work towards. You were saying, Bruce, that a lot of the African blue economy is based on existing food security and other more traditional even type of industries. So we do have a bit of data, and I appreciate that. You're a private investor. You can take your chances here and there. Going to you, Jan Willem, you are a public investor. You have to respect a certain gradient and level of risk. To evaluate that risk from 1 to 7, you need data. How do you go about investing into the blue economy when we have little data, or the data that exists out there is scattered or sometimes unverified?
Hello? Yeah. When we invest in blue economy, we're looking at private and we're looking at public. So, we've done over 7 billion of blue economy investment over the last 5 years. In Africa. A lot of that has gone also to large infrastructure projects such as port development projects, wastewater management plants, solid waste management along the coast and river basins. And that is typically, senior debts. It's sovereign to the states. And as we get into the more risky portfolio, we again go down to our funds that we invest in and the intermediary banks, and we do rely on their ability to analyze and to assess risk. Again, as I said previously, in the sectors that we would like them to invest more in and that they're less familiar with, we provide technical assistance through European Union support programs to understand and that risk portfolio, that risk a bit better. Because, as you said, a lot of the businesses are relatively new. There's not a lot of data sets. So we do rely also on partners like GIZ to help intermediary lenders, but also credit smaller enterprises to develop a business case, regarding projected growth and market risk.
Thanks. I'll bounce off the word sector that you've used just now, and I've realized that I'm probably making the people at the back a bit of a nightmare because I didn't follow the order of the questions. Excuse me, Andrea. Can we go back to the second question about what is the biggest, what is the sector that the people think in the room is attracting the biggest investment today in Africa? And Olumfudu, can you give us your take on that? What do you think? Don't look at the answer. What do you think is the sector within the blue economy that attracts, not Sue, come on. You're so... you will answer the same question. What do you think is...
I'm giving my highest.
Yeah, there. Watch the time. We have 20 minutes left. Yeah. What do you think is the sector that attracts the most investment in Africa today in the blue economy?
The sector that needs the most or that is
currently attracting the most?
All right, so my answer is going to be biased because I'm a DFI and I think largely
Development Funding Institution.
I think it's infrastructure.
Infra, yeah, okay.
And I want us to think about infrastructure in the broader terms because there's a soft side of infrastructure, which is very much the knowledge, the capacity, the knowledge generation, and there's a hard side of infrastructure, which is about, the hard and mortar. And when you also think about what do we think might be the biggest need in the blue economy space, I'm still going to say it's still infrastructure. On the African continent today, as we speak today, only 17% of the needed infrastructure is currently in existence. So there's an 83% infrastructure gap on the continent. And then what that means is that we have an opportunity to follow a development pathway that is, blue mainstream, green mainstream, resilience mainstream, and all the part. Rather than building an infrastructure, then you're coming back later on to retrofit and to make green. And so that deficiency on our part, 83% represent an opportunity, a gap, and that we must be able to think critically into how we should build our infrastructure going forward. So I'll keep it there for now. Thank you.
What is infrastructure in the blue economy? think I have an idea, but can you expand a little bit? What do you mean by infrastructure?
And look, and I think it probably starts from what we call blue economy. If we all agree in this room that blue economy is a summation of all economic activities, consistent around the ocean and the sustainability of the ocean, then we're talking about, touching on almost everything. 80% of global trade is happening on the blue economy.
So you're saying that
the infrastructure,
the thing that attracts the most investment in the blue economy in Africa is almost everything?
I mean, to a large extent, it touches on almost everything because there's a production side of things, but also consumption side. And if you don't think of the trade that moves them around,
so
which
ports
blue economy,
and shipping, right? That's support infrastructure. Okay, cool. Port infrastructure. Another one.
Energy.
Energy,
renewable
right. Marine
energy.
renewable energies, wave, tidal. Okay.
Yes.
Do you have a third one? I think 2 is good enough.
Also, the financial resources, the financial systems that is able to power that. That is also part of infrastructure.
All right.
And then you think about IT as well, connectivity.
Good one. Okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Getting access to more IT, more data to everyone.
Absolutely.
Sue, now you've looked at it, right? Wanted to go. You haven't? What do you think attracts the most investment today in the blue economy in Africa?
So because I'm Kenyan, I could start by saying, because I didn't look at the answers, tourism.
Which one you said?
Tourism.
Tourism. All right. So tourism.
So that's more generic, right?
Yeah.
So of course, we're in Diani, white sand beaches. That's in a very, very generic way, is that we have the best beaches in the world, and everybody's coming here, so spend all your money. Yeah.
All right, spend your money, guys.
So
but you have the most money in the room. Don't be shy. Walk the talk.
Yeah, I think moving on from that, of course, then there's aquaculture because of fish farming. Say when we think of startups or younger businesses like Victory Farms, AquaReg, that are receiving crazy investment, within the ecosystem right now. In fact, when we start to map out, and I really like what you said about how blue economy, what is blue economy? Because then it's like, it can be circular, it can be, it morphs to many things from what traditionally within the ecosystem it has existed as. So it definitely is within aquaculture, and I'm thinking that it continues because now we are starting to look at clean tech, and within clean energy also we're starting to think wind, we're starting to think how do we have less dependency on fossil fuels. Also that comes back to blue economy. So then within that range, you have, I guess, those three on top of mind.
All right, I'm going to look at the results because I don't even see them from where I'm seated. Okay, aquaculture, good one. Land-based fish farming. Ecotourism, well done. Okay, you're doing well. Okay, bioplastic, coastal wind farms, some marine renewables, and desal. It's actually still moving live. 82 votes. Impressive. So there's increasing investment into the blue economy, into fish. Food security is a big thing. Obviously, we need to have access to proteins. And we've seen amazing pitches today on how to make this a circular economy, right? No fish waste goes, no more waste. We're recycling the skin to make leather and everything. It's pretty interesting. All right, let me move on to the next question. I think it was a word cloud. Oh, no, my phone is giving me troubles here. There you go. All right, what is your biggest concern, for people that was voting earlier, about investing into the blue economy in Africa? And this was a word cloud, so we didn't have any prompts for them to be able to respond. But what is your best advice that you could give? Bruce, I'm going back to you. I'm going to try and keep the same equitable time to everyone. And disclaimer, we will have to speed up because we know you have to leave at 1:15, Bruce. What it would be the biggest concern about investing into the blue economy in Africa? Sorry about this. Your 1 or 2 words, if you had the ability to change the things that as they are today to make it easier for you to invest into the blue economy. People had to answer with 1 word. You can have 1 sentence.
So I think with regards to your question more broadly, I think it's important for the blue economy to create investment opportunities for investors that generate returns. And attractive returns. As a whole venture capital space, even looking at this from a broader perspective, Africa has had a dip in venture capital of about 40% last year in comparison to the year before. And really what created that is higher interest rates in the United States and developed economies, because they were trying to solve for inflation and so on, which effectively meant that investors there were able to gain quite good returns, effectively risk-free. And that really meant that our economies had to deliver a relatively strong rate of return to attract investment. And unfortunately, at such times, we also had our own problems, so our currencies devalued, and it became very difficult to grow, scale, and derive these returns. If we want to see money coming into a blue economy, yes, to improve the environment, so on and so forth, but also to positively impact our, the people that are dependent on them, and so on. The blue economy needs to derive a strong return, because investors effectively put their money where it makes money for them. So for me, that is, my biggest concern. I think with more information that is being developed from the likes of GIZ, thankfully, and with the support of EIB and AFDB, these opportunities are coming out. But I think we probably need to have a stronger effort to bring out that information of the attractive investment opportunities that effectively make money.
Jan Willem, how do we align? Clearly, I'll rephrase that actually. Can we achieve market rate returns whilst trying to have positive impact, social and environmental impact in the investment space today of the blue economy?
No, absolutely. There's no reason why you shouldn't have market returns in this space. But of course, you need some enabling factors, which is, of course, enabling framework. You need to have a good regulation. You need to have a good country strategies would help to identify exactly, what is the strategy, what is the priority in the blue investment space. And of course, you need financing, but that's obvious. I did want to take the opportunity, now you've given me the mic again, just to circle back on the investments, the biggest investments. For the bank at least, it's been energy. That's mostly because of the large wind farms we financed in Europe. I would say in Africa, and what's needed more, is investment in reducing pollution that goes into the oceans. So again, water treatment, wastewater treatment plants, solid waste management, on land-based pollutants that are actually hindering development in the blue economy. I think that is probably, there's a long way to go, also, especially also in West Africa, but also along this coastline. There's a tremendous amount of waste going into the oceans that can really, through proper planning and strategizing and prioritization of governments, can be tackled. So I'd like to also make an appeal to governments to prioritize investments in solid waste management and water treatment.
80% of ocean-based pollution comes from land, and pollution is the second most impacting factor for the loss of biodiversity, which is one of our triple crises, big time. It is very important indeed. So you were saying that it is possible to achieve market rate return, not just returns, market rate returns, so high returns. I think in the VC space, we sit at about 12 to 15%, right? 20% IRR. And you're having a positive impact. Oh, you need to talk to these guys, entrepreneurs. If he's achieving 20% IRR, that's amazing. I said that's what you're targeting. That's what you should be targeting. All right. I'm repeating for everyone to understand, and perhaps also make sure you have the mic so the people online can hear you when you speak. And don't shy away. If you want to say something, don't wait for me to give you the mic. This is obviously all of the questions, and by the way, all of the questions I've been asking, they didn't know and didn't prepare in advance.
So Alex, I can repeat that for your sake, yes. So effectively, VCs are targeting at least a 20% IRR. Yeah.
At least a 20% IRR. Interesting. Do you have, Olufunso, a case where you've been able to achieve market rate returns whilst achieving social benefits and environmental impact?
So the good thing about the capital that we have is that we place higher premium on development outcomes much more than just, economic, or sorry, financial return on investment. And in fact, within the bank, we've developed a methodology to quantify that, what we call non-monetary return, and put a value on it in order to be able to make a decision whether we support a project or not. So it's an additionality and development outcome type of approach. And I think it's also very important to speak to the investor community that obviously the goal is that there's a return on your capital, but also it's very important that we place value on even non-monetary result of projects. And one of the biggest missing link in the global system of today, financial system of today, is that viability is largely characterized by return on investment. What is the value of a clean ocean? Yeah. Does that factor into project viability matrix or not? So, and then that comes to the value of development finance, because we can then provide this grant and concessional loans, and we de-risk the investment. In some cases, take the first loss. Then private capital can then come in and hopefully achieve that level of market rate. So it has to be a blend of instruments, but somebody must do the hard work, and that's what development finance can do.
I love that, yeah, ecosystem services. There's a price to everything in nature today, right? And the system that we evolve in has this concept or construct that things have value only when they're dead. Right? A living, thriving fisheries, a fish in the ocean has no value until you fish it out. A tree, a standing tree, has no value today until you chop it down and turn it into paper or something like that, timber. And that's definitely something that we all need to work towards and encompass into the system that we operate in today. Sue, what's the role of technical assistance or capacity building, which was a very strong word that was used, capacity building? I guess capacity sharing is a bit more politically correct. What's the role of capacity sharing in trying to align economic growth with social and environmental impact?
Before I come to that, I think I wanted to respond to what my colleague here also had responded on, what to think about when investing in things like blue economy. And I think when we're talking investment right now, and especially within this economy, I think my previous heart within venture capital informs me like this is the one part that we really need patient capital, so that as we start to figure out the blended financial models that we will come in with, it really needs to be patient, because what we were saying that also infrastructure is such a big need. You don't build infrastructure in a day, not 3 years. It's climate, maybe it will take 10 years. And so there's going to be a lot of then need for R&D money. Yeah. So first to my colleagues that yes, we will agree that we will do that. And then the other is on gender stereotypes. Breaking gender stereotypes, because this is a very heavily male-dominated ecosystem, and not because I'm here, not because I'm speaking on that, but more of where women play within the value chains. Yeah. So the more you look at it, the more you realize that actually, that will need to flip. Why are women not fishing, for example? So then where is the money at? And that's where we need to think about. And traditionally, as other economies say, like agriculture, where also have women played, say within agriculture, it's the same. So as we come in, we have an opportunity to do that. To your question, could you please repeat it?
What's the role of capacity building, which is one of the strongest words that we're seeing in the world now, in aligning economic return with, or ensuring that there are social benefits and environmental impacts baked into the businesses that you support whilst driving economic returns?
Yeah. So I think first within capacity building is that we need to tailor make it more to first inform. Yeah. So as we come in, it's not typical. There's nothing typical about this economy, in fact, even within capacity building. As we provide technical assistance, is that, so for what? So first, if it's hardware, that's, we need skills. We need local skills to be able to make sure that we're not bringing in hardware from other parts of the world that cannot be handled here. Yeah, so that's big on renewable energy. That we saw that within the solar energy environment, where we installed a lot of it and then it crashed. And non-local, we don't have local individuals who can maintain them. Yeah, so relooking at it. When we're looking at also bringing digitalization within the blue economy. So digitalization will also play such a big part because there's a lot of then mechanization, and also you can have mechanization and like you can separate them. Yeah, so it will help us accelerate within learnings. Yeah, so I would say that. And of course, again, making sure that we have gender equitability, making sure that we don't leave men also behind within allies, as allies. And for that, actually, we're running a program on Afrofeminist change makers, where we're having angel investors as women coming to start investing in startups and, and SMEs. And it's more to say that as we have seen, women are more intimidated to come pitch and the kind. How do we make it more friendly for them? How do we make sure that they're participating, other than saying you're encouraged to apply? How do we make it actually feasible? So yeah, that's about it.
Thank you, Susan. I think it's quite interesting. We're seeing that the Development Bank are having a top-down. How do we trickle the money from the top down to where it's needed? The GIZ and the likes that are doing technical assistance, you working, investing in kind, in upskilling bottom up, to kind of meet where Bruce sits at the middle. Not to say that it's make or break, right? You're in the middle, so you're either squashed on both sides, or you just have the best seat in this conversation because people are de-risking your investment all along, making your IRR 20%. We're out of time. I would like to get the last question up, Andrea, and the guys at the back. We're not going to answer it, but because people took the time to answer it, if we could have it up so we can see it. I would like, if you had just to wrap us up, if you had a magic wand and one wish that you could make come true for the blue economy in Africa, what would that wish be? Take a second or two to think about it. I'll turn around and look at what the results are to these questions. Why are investors increasingly interested in Africa's blue economy, encompassing a range of sectors beyond traditional fisheries? All of the above. Okay, interesting. I don't want to pronounce myself. Untapped markets and opportunities for job creation is the second. So job creation, and especially transition jobs, is a big one in the blue economy, and especially in the marine renewable sector, moving away from the fossil fuel and going into it's changing a little bit live, into renewable energies. Potential for innovation and development of sustainable practices overall, especially because Africa can leapfrog. It's not necessarily entrenched into a system, so it can adopt those sustainable practices, and that's getting more momentum at the moment. And abundant natural resources and growing consumer demand. Obviously, the global south in general, and I don't really like the term, has more natural resources than the north that has been destroying and exploiting everything. And I'm from the north, so I can tell you that. Cool. Bruce, before you jump off because you have your IC call at the bottom of the hour, if you had a magic wand, what would you want? What would be your wish for the African blue economy?
I'll tell you two quick things. So answering your question, I really wish that we find a way to remove the negative impact that humans have had on the ocean. All the pollution, all the removing of resources irresponsibly, so on and so forth. That would be my biggest wish. So we could enjoy the beautiful corals once again and all the beautiful ecosystem that exists there that we actually haven't fully discovered, something that hasn't come up today. And then just a quick point, to mention on investors on the continent, from the VC space and the private equity space. They are, I think on the continent, they are concerned about ESG considerably. So majority of investors do look, yes, are looking at a return, but are also looking at the impact of an environment, of an investment to the environment and to the society that they effectively serve. I agreed with what my colleagues are saying. It is an important aspect to look at, and investors are interested in that. So it's, that is good.
I'll come back to ESG outside at the beer time this evening, because I think it's more de-risking investment in the face of climate change than actually achieving impact. Sue, what's your magic wish? What's your wish, sorry, with your magic wand?
Thank you for saying the first one. Yeah, so I have
you can
one
have
more.
the same wish.
Yeah, I come back to post-harvest waste. Yeah, so we are working a lot and into production, and there's, that's what we're investing in. But I think also then at the end of it is like within the value chain is like there's a lot of waste over then lack of infrastructure, with the storage, with the cooling, and access to it, especially within the environments that the production is happening. So yeah, that would be my last wish.
So remove what's there, cut what's going there. Jan Willem.
Well, if I had a magic wand and also want my colleague to go to his investment committee, so I'll keep it short because he needs to spend our money. That governments and financiers continue to improve the investment climate. I think there's still a long way to go in terms of bureaucracy, regulation. We also need to we need to keep improving the ecosystem for young investors to learn from also larger companies. So it would be amazing if the next edition of this event could include larger corporates that could also help young entrepreneurs develop their businesses.
I love that. Thanks, Jan Willem. Yes, get more private sector and less bureaucracy.
Great. So I imagine somebody's there in the crowd and is asking, what do investors really, really look for? What do they really want? How can I really, what do I need to do in order to be able to get money? So we operate too high up, but I'll tell you something from experience. Over the last 20 years of working in the adaptation and resilience space, finance flows in three directions. The first is finance flows in the direction of a solvable problem that has become a business opportunity. A solvable problem that has become, and if it's more of a problem for millions of people, the better it is. Secondly, finance flows in the direction of capacity and capability. It's not just in how to put an idea together, but also ability to demonstrate how you have managed limited resources. Financial management, bookkeeping, recording, and the last part, finance flows in the direction of partnership. A partnership that's built on trust. Everything starts and ends with partnership. Whatever form of interaction between the demand side and the supply side, it is partnership. And embracing it from a partnership mindset is very critical. Thank you.
I love that. Thank you very much. I think we can give them a huge round of applause, because I hate panels where everything is already prepared. So I gave them just framing questions and just improvise on the spot. So really well done. Once again, please, thank you very much, guys. Floor is yours.
Merci, chers panélistes, pour cette brillante discussion et pour toutes ces données utiles pour les entrepreneurs et finalement pour tous les participants à cet événement. Nous vous le rappelons encore une fois, nous allons prendre une petite pause café de 15 minutes, right, James?
Yes.
15 minutes. Mais avant, nous revenons sur l'annonce qui a été faite. Il y a un tirage au sort, donc les résultats seront annoncés durant le déjeuner. Donc vous pouvez aller sur le stand de l'entreprise MSME Coral pour pouvoir prendre leur contact, discuter avec eux et faire partie du tirage au sort.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Alexi and the team. That was very, very good information. So as we go for a coffee break, remember you stand a chance to win a boat ride in Diani, in the Indian Ocean. So you just pass by Coral Aqua. They have very nice, adventure boats. You can see the fish as you take a ride. And all you need to do is exchange your contact. You get a raffle ticket, and voila. All right, thank you so much. So we'll take a break. Let's try and keep it brief, 30 minutes.
Absolument.
Thank you.
À tout à l'heure.
Yeah. But ladies and gentlemen, kindly settle down. We'd like to start the next session. Kindly take your seats. We have a few announcements. Can I have your attention, please? Okay, so we have a report for a lost item. It's a big brown envelope branded Isasha Investment Limited, and it contains big white business plan folder. Kindly, if you happen to have come across it, just let us know.
Donc, nous avons une annonce à faire, quelques annonces à faire. La première, il y a un des entrepreneurs qui aurait laissé une enveloppe sur l'une des chaises dans la salle. Donc, si jamais vous avez aperçu une enveloppe de couleur marron, une enveloppe kaki, contenant un business plan ou des documents de couleur blanche, prière de vous rapprocher de l'organisation afin que nous puissions la restituer à son propriétaire.
Okay, and then each seat, when you came in, you found a small bag on each seat. All right, that's a gift. That is a gift from Poppy. Flashy bags, thank you so much. We really appreciate. So if you didn't get one, Poppy, maybe you can stand up. That's Poppy. That's a gift from Trashy Bags. We really appreciate. If you didn't get one, kindly just let us know. Thank you.
Donc, merci Poppy pour les cadeaux. Les éléments que vous voyez posés sur les sièges, en fait, sont un cadeau de Trashy Bags. Donc, si vous n'en avez pas reçu, n'hésitez pas à faire signe afin qu'on puisse vous en gratifier. Merci encore pour votre attention. Nous allons poursuivre avec la prochaine articulation de cette deuxième journée d'événements, qui n'est autre que la troisième intervention, Success Story. J'appelle donc ici quelqu'un qui viendra nous parler de son expérience, mais surtout de son parcours dans cette initiative d'impact dont il est le lead. J'appelle donc Dr Mathieu Egesa sur le podium. Please join your hands to welcome Dr. Mathieu Egesa. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is such a great honor to be on this stage today. I'd like to share a perspective that I strongly believe concerns all of us in one way or another. A perspective on what we all do, either as entrepreneurs, investors, development partners, or government. In the triple bottom line, profit, people, and planet, the perspective I'd like to share looks deeply on the people component. It aims to increase not only resources, but looks further at what those resources can enable people do or become. It aims at expanding people's real opportunities to pursue particular activities or states of being that they value or have reason to value. Shebwana is my good friend. He's 29 years old, happily married. Together, they've been blessed with an adorable and bubbly 3-year-old son, Mohammed, fondly known as Moha. Shebwana deeply loves his family and would want to provide the very best for them. Shebwana is talented and highly skilled in fishing. Lamu County, being a county of many festivals, Shebwana emerged top in the fishing competition during Kiwayu's inaugural cultural festival. He was runners-up in Lamu's cultural festival just in November last year. Shebwana lives in Kiwayu Island. Shebwana lives in Kiwayu Island, and it is arguably the most beautiful island of all the islands along the Kenyan coast. Maybe you could help with this, maybe on the slides. Kiwayu Island is arguably the most beautiful of all islands along the Kenyan coast. Let the screen resolution not fool you. It is up north in the Lamu archipelago. Sadly, it is not connected to the national electricity grid. It has one public school and one dispensary. Public transportation between Lamu and Kiwayu is very challenging. There is only one public boat that shuttles between Lamu and Kiwayu. When it sails to Kiwayu, it'll take up to 2 days in Kiwayu before getting back to Lamu. And in a week, the most trips it can make to Kiwayu is 2. So the alternative to taking that public transport is hiring a fishing boat, which is overly expensive for most of the residents in Kiwayu. Let us switch gears, and let me introduce you to Kumbatia Seafood. It's a venture that provides world-class seafood based out of Mombasa and conserves marine ecosystems. It lifts small-scale fishing communities out of poverty. Kumbatia works with Shebwana and 140 other fishermen all across 7 communities in Lamu County. It deals with the challenges of limited market access, low buying price for the fish, high input costs, and destructive fishing habits among the communities. It does this by providing a premium market access for the fishermen. It also provides training for the fishermen on industry-best post-harvest handling methods to ensure highest quality of their products. Additionally, it provides the necessary resources for these fishermen on their fishing expeditions, such as ice, bait, fuel, and coolers. But in order for Kumbatia to provide the fishermen the premium prices, the fishermen must adhere to sustainable fishing practices. Now let's get back to Shebwana. Since, as a result of the premium prices that he gets from the fishermen, from Kumbatia, he's been able to buy up a lot of land, and he's put up a foundation for a stone house. And as a result of personal savings enabled by Vua Solutions, he's been able to purchase 2 fishing reels that are expensive generally to most of the fishermen. And over low fishing seasons, he normally takes his family to Mombasa City. This visit just to the city is something they really look forward to. And it's because it's also out of reach for many of the residents in Kiwayu. Sadly, in January of this year, Shebwana's wife contracted a rare skin condition. She developed dark patches with itchy, small bumps. Shebwana took her to the dispensary. But the dispensary could not deal with it. They referred her to Lamu. Though a couple of days passed before she could start medication, though Shebwana had the cash, the wife could not start medication immediately. Just put yourself in Shebwana's shoes at that time. As we reflect upon Shebwana, I'd like to borrow an analogy from Amartya Sen, the bicycle analogy. The bicycle, as a resource, is not an end in itself. It enables us to achieve real opportunity of mobility. But to achieve that opportunity, there are other factors, either personal, social, environmental, that enable us achieve that mobility. For example, if I have a bicycle, but I don't have the skills to ride the bicycle, I'll not achieve mobility. If I have a bicycle and I'm abled differently, I don't have legs, I'll not be able to achieve. Further, if I have a bicycle and the roads are muddy and impassable, I'll not achieve mobility. And lastly, if, let's say, for example, a lady has a bicycle in a society that abhors ladies riding a bicycle, she'll definitely have the resource, the bicycle, but will not achieve mobility. In our Shebwana's case, he had increased income. However, he could not immediately start the process of the wife regaining good health. So this is a call to all of us in our work, the people in our work, the Shebwanas in our work. Let's think deeply and move from a space of just the resources to think deeply about how we could move to the space of real opportunities for them. So this is a call to all of us to expand the opportunities, the real opportunities for all of our Shebwanas to pursue activities and states of being that they value or have reason to value. Thank you so much.
Angela Odero.
You done. Wonderful. Est-ce que les entrepreneurs sont prêts pour continuer à nous faire profiter du spectacle? Est-ce que les entrepreneurs sont prêts? Are you guys ready? Very good. Nous allons donc passer à la catégorie de pitch du secteur aquaculture. Mais avant, je vais inviter ici les membres du jury qui seront chargés d'évaluer les entrepreneurs. Ils sont 3 et j'invite donc immédiatement sur la scène Enos Masinde Weswa from Kenya Tech Hub. Good. I also invite Kali Enov. Yeah, you're welcome on the podium. And Dr. Mika Nyaberi, CEO of Kenya Fishing Industries. Thank you. Maintenant que les membres du jury sont installés, nous allons appeler Madame Angela Odero from Kenya. Vous avez 4 minutes. Can we try it?
Hello. Okay. I come from a fishing community on the shores of Lake Victoria. In my community, we rely on fish for our livelihoods and for food security. Supply of fish rests with the men, and we are left to process and sell that fish. Over the years, we have experienced a scarcity and very expensive fish. This has led to a myriad of problems. First of all, the vulnerable groups are exploited, particularly the women. Unstable market conditions prevail, and this is eroding consumer trust. Rio Fish is providing a way out. My name is Angela Odero. I'm a co-founder and CEO of Rio Fish. At Rio Fish, we recruit smallholder fish farmers. We invest in women in blue economy, providing them with seed capital and training so that they're able to engage in profitable fish production businesses. We also employ cold chain and aggregate fish from the smallholder farmers in our network, as well as from our own farm. We then process this fish and distribute it to the market. We distribute it to the market through outlets that are run and owned by women traders. We leverage technology for the efficiency of the value chain. So we leverage on data-led farming and also e-commerce to be able to expand our market. We have recruited so far 50 women groups and supported 600 women into profitable fish farming. Last month, we had 30 women from our first cohort harvest 7 tons of tilapia. We also employ 40 full-time staff, and 24 of these staff are women, most of them in management positions. Within our network, we have been able to produce tilapia at a significantly low food conversion ratio of 1.3 compared to 8 of beef. We, last year, were able to have revenues of $800,000 US, and our road to profitability is very clear. We are opening more outlets. We are increasing our range of value-added products. And in addition to that, we are looking at the export market and continuing to recruit people on e-commerce. Unlike our competition, we are creating holistic centers of excellence in Africa's fish value chain. In addition, we have invested in silkworm farming to be able to supplement the protein for our feeds. At Rio Fish, I lead a team of experts who have significant experience in aquaculture, in business development, and in strategy. Myself, I have over 20 years of experience in finance. So far, we have raised $1.5 million US. Today, we are asking for another $1.5 million US. And with this money, we shall be able to increase our production. In fact, we are going to double our production with that. We also will be able to expand our cold chain so that we can be able to significantly reduce post-harvest losses that most of the farmers, the smallholder farmers experience. We are also going to significantly grow our value addition offerings to the market, which will grow our margins significantly. We will also be able to employ at least another 40 staff, and our focus will be on the women who are underserved. I'm happy to say that our farm manager, our aquaculture specialist, and most of the women in leadership, most of the leaders in our organization are women. If you see and want to innovate, empower, and thrive, join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. It's been a pleasure listening to you talk about what you're passionate about, and it's a good thing. So I have two questions. One is on the competitive landscape. Just talk to us more about the competitive landscape. And then the second question is, seem to be doing quite a lot of things. Is there a particular thing that you can single out that this is your growth sort of area, especially with the 1.5 million you're asking? I know you've talked about increasing margins, increasing your production, but you're also dealing with other things. So just single out which one is, yeah.
Thank you very much for your questions. I think I'll take the one about the margins first. Now, we know that just fish, the fish we grow is tilapia. So fish sold as just fish in Kenya has very low margins, an average of 12 to 15%. So one of the things we're doing is focusing a lot on value addition. At the moment, we have products such as, in addition to cleaned fish, chilled fish, we also sell smoked fish, sun-dried fish, and we are currently developing other value-added products which will be in the supermarkets probably by next month. And these products are going to be able to give us margins of up to 40–50%. That's where our focus is. And with regard to our competition, yes, there are very many players in the market. Aquaculture is very popular in Kenya right now. And all these players generally are just selling gutted and scaled fish or whole fish. So for us, the difference we are making is that we are selling fish. First of all, the main fish sold in Kenya is tilapia right now, and which is farmed and sold. So for us, what we are doing is that we are farming tilapia. We are working with the community to farm tilapia. And what that helps us with is to evade things like theft, because theft is a big problem for cage farmers. So with the community working with us, we are able to have community policing, because this is our project, not just a Rio Fish project. And then we are very actively aggregating from smallholder farmers, thereby creating market for them. And we have a list of value-added products. So we are not just selling tilapia. So unlike our competition, we are selling other products other than just tilapia, which is chilled. We're doing value addition on tilapia. We're also buying varieties like catfish, Nile perch, and creating other products.
Thank you very much, Angela. And it's nice seeing you here, actually surprised. But I would like to ask you, you've talked about silk farming. What are the quantities like that you are dealing with that will be able to supplement whatever you're using now for as source of proteins? So, like, what is your future on silk farm? How much do you intend? What is your target that you intend to produce so that it can meet your objective? And another question is that who are your competitors, and what is this that you are doing that will make you stand out against your competitors? Let me leave it there.
Thank you very much for those questions. So on the silkworm farming, this is something we have very recently just gotten into. And why we took that approach as opposed to other options such as black soldier fly, which we are aware is being used as an alternative source of protein in feed, is because we felt that with silk farming, we'll be able to provide more opportunities for the community in which we work. Again, let me just repeat. One of the things we do is that we are very big on community engagement, but the end goal needs to be profit. We are not an NGO, and we are not looking to just get people to just help us. We want people to come there and make meaningful use of their time and be able to get something out of it. So why the silkworm is because we shall be able to sell the yarn so that we can be able to get returns. Not just, like black soldier fly, you just grow the fly and, the larvae and that's it. So we'll be able to get the silk, which will increase our revenue streams and also provide more opportunities for the people we work with, both the youth and the women. And then also, we know that there are very many farmers who are now beginning to get interested in silk farming, especially in our region. So we are looking to also, most of them are not fish farmers. So we're looking to also aggregate, the larvae from them when the silk farming process is done. With regard to the competition, I would not want to name specific names of who my competitors are, but like I said before, we are creating more products, value-added products to differentiate us from them and also to increase our margins. Thank you.
Thank you. I really like that you said that you are here to make profit, because at UNIDO we also think that businesses that make profit are more sustainable and will stay for much longer than just a short intervention. So maybe I missed, but I just wanted to know how long you've been in business. And then my question to you is, if you have one technology or one skill that if you and your colleagues are provided with will help you leap, which one would that be? Thank you.
Thank you very much. First thing, we've been in business for 10 years. So we started off as a different company, and we were doing so many other things, including fish farming. Then about 5 years ago, we decided to form Rio Fish and move all the business, the fish farming business, to Rio Fish. And then please repeat your second question.
Of course. If you can get from any of the investors here, in top of financial investment, one skill training or one technology that can help you really leap forward, which one would it be?
Because we are doing very many things, what I think, but it's something that can change, but I feel that right now, what can really, really help us move forward is efficient logistics. So if we are to be able to raise financing, efficient logistics will be able to help us scale our business. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Angela. We really appreciate that, keeping time. Our next speaker is Gary Ho from South Africa, Homegrown with Love.
Hi, good morning or good afternoon now. My name is Gary Hall, and I'm from Homegrown with Love. I have a tilapia fish farm in Johannesburg, South Africa. Over the past 4 years, we've been developing, building, and improving, and eventually farming our own unique 3-phase recirculating aquaculture system. We spent in excess of $1 million perfecting the system. Eventually, our system has now been able to produce a 600-gram plus fish from egg to plate in 7 months. Traditionally, a RAS system uses a central waterworks system, but our unique system allows that we are able to control each tank individually and create perfect water conditions depending on stocking densities and the fish sizes of each tank. Each tank is 100,000 liters, and it holds massive stocking densities of up to 7 tons of fish in one tank. Our hatchery is the only hatchery to have achieved a blue flag health and biosecurity status within our National Tilapia Association, we have been declared free of pathogens, viral, fungal, and disease. Biosecurity on the farm is paramount. Our innovations have been circulated around energy conservation because clean and consistent energy in Africa is a challenge. So we have developed a system where we are able to infuse oxygen into water using the 1/10 of the electrical power required by traditional systems that we see in Europe and the States and so on. Our hatchery is able to produce 40,000 fingerlings per month, and our production system is able to produce 1 kilogram of fish in size, depending on the market that we are going to be selling into. I require $1.7 million to finalize our concept farm. This farm will produce 12 tons of fish per month and have an ROI of 20% over 5 years. It's a turnkey installation. So our hatchery will produce the perfect fingerlings. Our production system will produce our 1 kilogram of 12 tons of fish. We will have our own automated monitoring, sorting, grading, and harvesting system. We also have a humane slaughter facility and a processing facility. The processing facility will produce reconstituted products, so fish fingers, fish cakes. These can be sold into our local prisons using government initiatives that they've created in Operation Pakisa. We will also do all the way to a whole frozen fish. We will also have a off-grid solar solution, our own wastewater treatment plant, which will allow us to have a zero water exchange policy, and then also our own refrigerated cold chain. Sustainable aquaculture recirculating systems are required in Africa. Homegrown with Love has secured the concept and absorbed the risk privately through our own investment. What we are asking is that you will take this opportunity, invest in a blue future, and have no harm to the environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I love the name, Home with Love. Is that the name of the company?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay.
It was a very small business when we started 8 years ago, and it's grown into where we are today.
Awesome. Just 2 questions. One is about the market, your obtainable and total addressable market. What does that look like in terms of numbers? And then the other question is, clearly the tech is well thought and it's working, but now looking at the unit economics on cost and revenue, do you need to produce at certain scale to really cover the cost of technology, because it's huge investment? So just tell us about your margins and at what scale will you obtain maybe bigger margins to actually make that 20%?
I'm going to try and answer your question. Just tell me if I'm going in a different direction. Okay. So the farm produces 12 tons, or will produce 12 tons of fish. We've sold locally throughout all our local communities within Johannesburg, and we have offtake agreements for all 12 tons for the future, within a year from now. We've made the farm replicatable and duplicate the farm. So the idea behind all of this is to be able to expand without limits. Large farms can be built very simply by duplicating each step that we've currently got. Am I getting there?
So how many farms in terms of duplication are you looking at, especially with the 1.7 million?
So it's one farm.
Yes.
Unfortunately, what we do have in South Africa is 50% of this investment goes towards infrastructure. The other 50% is going towards fish production. So we need clean energy that is sustainable. We don't have that currently. And we also don't have a processing facility which we can utilize with that volume of fish. So insulation or infrastructure is half of that whole investment.
So thank you, Jerry, for that good explanation. Actually, the technology is very good. But only thing I want to know is what is the impact in community? What does your homegrown labs, how do they impact in the community in terms of maybe jobs? And then you also tell us the second one is the skills. You never really talked about how many people you have employed and what are the skills.
So over the past few years, we've used local people which is close by. We will actually be putting them on site so that they will actually be living there and it'll be a lot safer for them. They don't have to live in the locations and so on. We also run an internship. So in the past, we've had a couple of ladies who have had aquaculture degrees. We've had a full-time vet from Mexico actually do her internship in fish farming here in South Africa. Our future will be local guys which will live on the property, and then the interns will be our specialists, if you want to call it. We have a lot of people, we have very little aquaculture farms that are successful within South Africa. So we have a lot of people studying, coming back with degrees, but nowhere to go. So the idea is that we will be able to impact those people with real life training, experience, and potentially that those people can become their own fish farmers. Thank you.
Thank you. I liked that you've considered all different elements of sustainability, the energy conservation, waste management, and the fish production. And thank you for the question. I was also going to ask about the community, and I think some of the duplicating can also help other communities, yes. Correct? But my question to you is the same question I asked asked just before. If you could have one skills or one technology to help your business to leap, which one would it be?
Money?
On top of it. Sorry, I forgot to mention that.
You know, South Africa has a problem where we have failed farms over and over. So this is our third farm. First two farms were complete failures, following the traditional methods which everybody employs. You read the books, you read the stuff, and we fail. So then we looked at how do we design a system which is self-sustaining and that we can perfect, that we have built, not something that we've bought or put in. So the technologies and innovations have literally come from our own farm, and we perfected it to a working farm. There's always going to be more perfecting, more tweaking, more whatever. But the requirement,
Gary,
that we need from somebody else,
I'm sorry, time is up. Thank you so much. Really appreciate. Thank you so much. And I like the stories. You know, anything fish can go on and on and on. You see, I'm dressed in fish. I'm a fishy guy like that. So I'm sorry, Gary. Yeah, but we'll have to invite our next speaker, Iria Jonah from Namibia. Help. Thank you. Stage is yours.
Good day, everybody. My name is Iria Jonah. I am from Kelp Blue in Namibia. We are harnessing the blue economy to combat climate change with kelp farming. Did you know that every single day we emit about 100 million metric tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere? And just in case you are wondering, think of an annual emission of 22 million cars on a daily basis. This is a huge problem because CO2 traps heat, causing heat stress, biodiversity loss, and sea level rise. And we must come up with sustainable solutions that can support nature, provide social and financial returns, and of course, inspire change. And I believe that at Curl Blue, we are doing just that. We are cultivating this seaweed at scale as a solution. This seaweed can take up carbon 100 times faster than the rainforest and boost a lot of marine biodiversity, supporting about 800 plus species in the ocean. We can harvest it and produce products that support different industries such as pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, and agriculture. How we do this? We culture the baby kelp in the lab, design the engineering structures on which the kelp grow, put this in the ocean, and the seaweed grow up vertically in the water column. And once it reaches maturity, we harvest only the top 10%, leaving the rest of the forest in the ocean to support nature. What we do with this harvested biomass, we produce what we call a liquid biostimulant, as you can see on the table. And this is really used in the agriculture industry to help farmers improve their yield and move them towards regenerative agriculture. To date, since 3 years ago, we have successfully proven our pilot scale with a capital investment of 27 million USD and have about 80 plus employees in Namibia. We have also installed 34 hectares of farms at the moment and just recently received our commercial license area of 6,400 hectares and are ready to commercialize. Our pilot factory is up and running. It can do 3,000 tons of biostimulant production on an annual basis. And we have secured offtake agreements of 25 million USD for the next 5 years. This product is registered in 10 plus countries and in progress for registration in 30 plus countries, so we can sell. We have also received awards, of which the Zayed Sustainability Prize under the Climate Action is one of them, which we received at COP28 last year, and are now part of the top 20 finalists with the X Prize Elon Musk Foundation. We are seeking for an equity investment of 78 million USD. 56% of this will be used to scale up our farms, scale up the commercial factory from 3,000 tons to 40,000 tons of biostimulant production, and procure vessels that will allow us to harvest at scale. 15% will be towards research and development and new product lines, and the remaining 28% is really towards mergers and acquisitions, operational expenses, and contingency to get us to EBITDA positive, where we foresee to become profitable in year 2026 with a profit of 39 million USD, and by 2030 with a profit margin of 650 million USD. Cow farms align economic growth with sustainability. Therefore, we invite you to invest in them and join us on this journey to create a world inspired by nature, powered by giant kelp. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ilya. I've gotten it right? Ilya.
Ilya Jonah.
Ilya Jonah, okay. You're really doing great in terms of traction. These numbers are quite impressive. So thank you so much. I wanted just to understand one thing about the scale up. So what is your strategy in scaling up this business? Especially that you mentioned you have coming from 6,000 to 40,000. That will take 56%. So that is in production, but in the capacity and in the markets. Just talk to me more about that.
Okay. So we have a scale-up plan for the farms and, of course, to produce the products. So at the moment, as I mentioned already, we are at 34 hectares. And we want already by this year to get to 70 hectares. And of course, with an installation capacity of 14 hectares per month, and a team that, I mean, we all depend on climate. Climate always affects how much you can install. So we expect at least to be scaling up to 14 hectares per month for the next 12 months and going forward. And for us to do that, we really need assistance with installation vessels, and all these things cost money. And of course, when you put up the forest, we must be able to harvest it. And for us to harvest that, you can't harvest every day because of harsh weather. So we are designing automated, unmanned, solar-powered vessels that could go out in any weather conditions to harvest, bring the seaweed at the factory, and of course, that will allow us then to process in the factory that I'm also talking about, that we are moving from 3,000 ton, which is the pilot factory, on an annual basis, to a 40,000 ton annual biostimulant production on an annual basis. So basically, we are planning to scale up with these funds that we are seeking.
Okay, thank you, Jonah. And from Keo Blue, eh? Keo Blue.
Sorry?
You call it Keo Blue or?
Kelp Blue.
Kelp Blue.
Yes.
So thank you very much. And as I listen to you, I get the feeling that it's quite an enormous project. And towards the tail end, you said that you want to automate it. And therefore, I ask myself, what is the impact to the community?
Okay, at Blue, there's really something that we like to not overlook, something we call the 4 R's. We have return on social capital, financial capital, inspiration, and nature. So we try to make sure that all these are in balance. Just looking at social, for example, what you are asking, we are providing local jobs. We are staying in a coastal town. We are capacitating all these people because this is a new project. No one knows how to do this. So we are learning as we go, and we are training people locally. And at the same time, we make sure that we have a local spend. First spend in Luderitz, which is a coastal town where we are living in. Then if you can't find that item in Luderitz, you go towards the whole Namibia. After Namibia, you go to Africa, and of course, outside. And that's how we empower our people. That's how we make a social impact. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, but how do you impact generally to the local community around there? Just employment, or there's nothing?
It's employment, it's local spend, and of course, we are locally involved with the community. We constantly engage them on what we do, educating them on protecting our ocean and really moving towards sustainable solutions. And I mean, if you are looking for an answer of we sponsor the local community with this, that's not what we do because we don't have the money. But when it comes to, of course, supporting students, education, we are really high and key on that. So we have master's students, PhD students. We have set up a school in Luderitz that is really towards promoting ocean education and awareness, and just to make sure that we attract talent in Luderitz. And if people are being trained in Luderitz, they don't go out of Luderitz to go look for better schooling for their kids. Thank you.
I'll make it very short. How much percentage of your employees are women?
47%. We are getting there.
Merci, Iria. Le moins qu'on puisse dire, c'est que votre impact dans l'économie bleue est palpable. Nous allons donc passer la parole à la prochaine entrepreneur qui nous vient du Sénégal et qui va prendre la parole pour 4 minutes. Au prochain, je dirais, il prend la parole pour 4 minutes. Monsieur Sao, à vous le parler.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Aujourd'hui, nous assistons à... c'est un cri d'alarme, en fait. Je ne dirais même pas que c'est un pitch, c'est un cri d'alarme. Les populations augmentent et les ressources diminuent, surtout les ressources halieutiques. Nous sommes une tierce partie concernée par cette situation, étant un opérateur économique dans la production, dans le secteur de l'aquaculture. Nous voulons aider donc, à reproduire la mer. Autrement dit, donc, nous implantons une ferme marine dans une aire marine protégée. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Aujourd'hui, le rapport, ou plutôt le dernier rapport de la FAO, montre que toutes les régions du monde, à l'exception de l'Afrique, montrent une croissance continue donc, de l'aquaculture, sauf en Afrique. D'où la nécessité, évidemment, donc, de développer le secteur. Nous ne réinventons pas la roue. Tout ce que nous faisons, c'est d'introduire de nouvelles pratiques, donc de nouvelles pratiques de pêche en aquaculture. Notre méthode, c'est l'aquaculture multitrophique intégrée. Cette méthode a l'avantage donc de combiner la coproduction de toutes les espèces marines. Et pour ce faire, le facteur innovant de notre projet est la création de récifs artificiels vivants à base de coquilles qui sont à perte de vue dans toutes les côtes sénégalaises. Donc, c'est des sacs autour de 3 km de mer. Donc, nous y implantons des sacs. Et ces sacs à base de coquilles, ces récifs artificiels sont colonisés au bout de quelques mois par les algues qui vont servir de support de pointe donc, à l'habitat du poisson, à l'habitat donc, de toutes les autres espèces qui vont venir s'y greffer. L'avantage donc, de cette méthode, c'est la coproduction de toutes les espèces, donc, que ce soit les langoustes, les mollusques, les poissons et tout, qui se reproduisent. Maintenant, les cages flottants qu'on a inventées, l'excédent de nourriture pour les poissons va servir donc d'attirer les d'autres poissons naturels. Et les crabes vont se nourrir donc de ces excréments de poissons. Les langoustes vont libérer des œufs pour nourrir d'autres espèces. Les algues vont filtrer l'eau et produire de l'engrais organique pour de l'aviculture et pour des agriculteurs, etc. Pour réaliser ce projet, donc, nous avons une équipe donc, qui capitalise plus de 40 ans d'expérience dans l'aquaculture, dans le développement export donc, de la mer et aussi dans la gestion et administration des entreprises. Les ressources matérielles que nous avons une étude d'impact environnemental, social, public, décernée et par les fédérations de pêcheurs et par le gouvernement. Donc, une concession aussi donc, de 1200 hectares de mer que nous avons, donc c'est 12 km carrés de mer que nous possédons et dans laquelle nous allons implanter cette ferme-là au sein d'une aire marine protégée. C'est la seule étude d'impact environnemental qui existe dans tout le pays et pour une entreprise. Donc, nous avons autorisation à pratiquer cette nouvelle forme de pêche plutôt dans l'aire marine protégée. Merci.
Thank you so much. I was wondering, because clearly it's very initial stage. What is the stage of your startup? At what stage is it?
Ce n'est pas une startup, c'est une entreprise en développement. Le CRAMS, la société donc CRAMS, comptoir de recherche aquacole et mythilicole du Sénégal, existe depuis 2010. Nous avons déjà produit plus de 10 millions d'alevins tous les ans. C'est ce qu'on fait. Et nous avons mené beaucoup de recherches de développement donc, en mer qui ont servi des statistiques même à l'Agence nationale de l'aquaculture du Sénégal. Et nous produisons aussi donc, des données statistiques pour l'USAID et pour d'autres opérateurs qui en ont besoin.
So given that this looks like a new project, have you figured out what needs to be validated in terms of if it's going to be, have you validated any business model around what you're talking about in terms of also just business sustainability?
Oui, nous avons un modèle économique qui est viable, validé, qui crée de l'emploi, qui donne du boulot aux femmes, notamment dans la filière de traitement des algues, mais aussi pour les récifs, c'est plus de 1000 emplois créés pour les récifs parce qu'on les met en sac et tout, on les met déjà dehors. Et c'est une entreprise qui se veut continue parce que la ferme à mer, de façon naturelle, continue. Donc, c'est l'équilibre de l'écosystème marin et la restauration de la biodiversité marine. Tout s'auto-alimente, en quelque sorte.
Thank you very much. So what is your market uptake? And what are your markets? And then what is the composition of the team that you're working with right now?
Oui, je fais exprès de terminer avec cette question parce que la plus importante. Déjà, ce que avant de répondre à votre question, nous cherchons pour réaliser ce projet 3,5 millions d'euros, dont 1 million d'euros qui représente le cash flow, donc le cycle d'exploitation pour une année. Pour revenir à votre question, nous ciblons toute l'Afrique de l'Ouest. De toute façon, nous servons déjà l'Afrique de l'Ouest, notamment la Gambie, la Mauritanie et tout, que nous fournissons des alevins, que nous fournissons d'autres produits donc, de la mer et tout. La CEDEAO, c'est ça notre cible pour le poisson. Donc c'est 360 millions de consommateurs potentiels. Et puis les langoustes, les calamars, les crevettes, ça c'est pour le marché européen, que nous avons déjà des contacts. Et la deuxième question pour l'équipe, nous avons pour la production export un expert de pêche qui est un ancien capitaine de bateau, un Européen qui connaît très bien le marché européen. Et nous avons donc le directeur qui est dans la pisciculture depuis plus de 20 ans, qui s'est transformé même en poisson d'eau douce en poisson de mer et qui est expert national, qui est une référence nationale au Sénégal, donc qui est là. Et pour la gestion, moi-même, Aboubekrin Sao, je suis administrateur financier. J'ai été à l'Union africaine, au PNUD, aux Nations Unies, en tant que chargé de programme. Et je m'assurerai donc du développement financier donc, du programme, du projet plutôt. Merci.
Merci. Thank you. I was wondering again, what is the impact of women in youth employment? And also if there's anything except financial support that you might need in terms of skills or technology, what would it be?
Oui, l'impact des femmes est considérable. D'abord, au niveau de la filière des algues, pour le ramassage des algues, le traitement, toute la filière peut employer des femmes et des filles. Pour ce qui concerne la deuxième création d'emplois est liée à la reconversion des pêcheurs, donc avec leur expérience et tout. En ce qui nous concerne, nous, c'est l'écologie, l'innovation qui assure le développement économique de ces populations. Nous sommes décidés à être les chevaliers de ces populations contre les ténèbres qu'on appelle la malnutrition, l'insécurité alimentaire et tout.
Merci. Merci, Aboubakri. Avec vous, l'Afrique francophone est bien représentée. Nous allons donc clôturer cette catégorie de pitch sur l'aquaculture, notamment avec l'intervention de M. Charles Moncheur du Rwanda.
Hello, my name is Charles Moncheur, and I'm here to present you the company called Tilapia. which I founded in 2017. Okay, so we are located in Rwanda, and we are engaged in fish farming, close to DRC border on Lake Kivu, hence the name Kivu Tilapia. So we are an integrated fish farm, which means that we are involved from the birth of the fish till the sales to wholesaler, which means we have breeders development section, we have hatchery, we have juvenile section, and we have growth system. As you can see, the growth system is on the lake cages. We are also quite experienced. We have been operating for 7 years, producing 750 tons of fish per year. That's roughly 20,000 fish produced and sold every week. We also employ 100 people, and we made revenue last year of $2.2 million. We've been also cash flow positive quite quickly after the creation of the company, and we remain so till now. Okay, so why fish farming? The idea is that the local fisheries in the region are not enough to sustain the local demand. So there has been a development of fish farming for the past years in the region to come as a substitute. But when you look at the growth of population, when you look at the people willing to eat healthier, which means fish instead of red meat, we have ever-growing demand, which leads us to want to develop from 750 tons per year to 1,600. Why this number? Because first, that's what we establish through the knowledge of the market, that the market can accommodate that without any problems, and not crash the sales price. And also that the maximum production capacity then we can deal with the existing structure that we have, the hatchery, the management, everything. The idea is to increase the sales without increasing the fixed cost too much. Okay, so I think this expansion could make this business even more robust, and I also would like to point out why I think our farm is quite special. First, our business model. So unlike farm at similar size, we deal with local traders. We don't do distribution ourselves. So we are integrated, but up to the production. Then we sell at the farm to wholesalers, and we find that the system is much more efficient. We saw that we could bring, added value through production, but that the distribution was already very efficient. So, we fit in the local landscape very, very well. Second, I would like to point on the integration. We are doing our own breeders development. So we have developed our strain of fish for the last 12 years now through our previous venture, and we sold over 1 million fish last year as juvenile to local farms, which is they like our product very much. Third, I would like to say our location. We sell 90% of our fish to the local market within 5 kilometers from the farm. So it's very local, So for all these reasons, we are asking around $1 million, which is mainly working capital to develop the business because the infrastructure is already there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I wanted to ask, you've said you're asking for $100 million. $1 million.
Not yet.
All right. Kindly just for the $1 million, what are you going to do with it?
So it's mainly working capital. It's a beautiful business we're doing. The problem is that the growth cycle takes like 10 months. So if you want to increase production, you need to prepay the feed for 10 months before you sell the fish, and you get, cash back. For example, we have like 400 tons of standing biomass each time, for a yearly sales now of 750 tons. So it means that we have to prepay that, and it's very, very cash consuming. So that's mainly, why we ask this money.
Thank you, Charles. Now, what is the impact that you have in the community around you?
Well, first, we employ 100 people full-time, which I think is great, in this region. The other impact, I would say, is the fact that we don't do distribution ourselves. We go through wholesaler. So we have lots of people, local traders, that, have a business now, like 3 times a week they come to buy fish and sell it locally. That, has also created some jobs, That for me, the job creation and the fact that we don't import, we produce locally is the biggest impact.
Thank you. How many people do you employ? How big is the group? And how many of them are women? Thank you.
So we employ 100 people, and we have 27% of women, mainly in admin section and juvenile. So we tend to promote women in this section because it requires a lot of care, a delicate care. Whether the production, it's like we have to bring 8 tons of feed every day on the farm, on the cages, so it's much more, physique, and that's where, the men are coming.
Thank you so much, all the pitches. Thank you, judges, for that wonderful session. Before we proceed, I'd like to make an announcement. We just want to acknowledge the presence of Tana River County Governor, Dado Godana. Dado Godana, thank you so much for your participation. We really appreciate that. All right, thank you, jury. All right, so we'll now call upon the next set of jury to come and present. So thank you so much. I just realized that when you wear a fish jacket, you don't feel hungry. So, it's like I'm wearing and I'm eating it at the same time. So, really sorry. It's lunchtime. All right. Yeah. So, kindly let's proceed for lunch. You'll collect the vouchers at the door as we proceed, and then we'll be back.
Thank you, James. Chers participants, j'espère que vous vous amusez autant que nous. En fait, à chaque fois, vous nous voyez nous parler, mais en réalité, j'apprends quelques mots du français à James. J'espère que d'ici la fin de l'événement, il pourra vous en dire plus. Donc, à tout à l'heure.
Thank you so much. All right.
People mambo. People mambo. Mambo. People Mambo. Mambo.
I'm just seeing so many empty seats. If there are people outside, kindly move into the hall. We want to start. Yeah, we'll just give it a few more minutes, see if we can get a few more people in the hall, and then we begin. Ladies and gentlemen, Welcome back to this final pitching session of the Blue Invest. I hope you've had a good time so far. All right, so what I request is that kindly remember Slido. Remember to vote for your best pitcher. This is the last session. We'll have 10 minutes after the pitching session to vote. It's open for only 10 minutes, okay? So I'd like to invite our next jury for the Blue Circular, Jeremy Riro, Antoine, and Patricia Kinyolo. Thank you. All right. So on to our next pitch. Khadija Udodo, Arena Recycling Company from Tanzania.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Up to 20 million tons of plastic waste leak into the ocean every year, and the amount is expected to increase significantly by 2040. As we know, plastic waste cannot be degraded, but after a long period of time, they turn into tiny particles called microplastic. In Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, more than 7,000 tons of plastic waste are produced in every single day. And this is only in one single city of Tanzania. And the end point of plastic waste produced is the Indian Ocean. Plastic waste poses harmful effects to marine ecosystem, terrestrial organisms, and also to human health, as report in February showed that microplastic have been found in human placenta, and also have been found in food and drinks we consume. On the other hand, more than 60% of Tanzanians cannot afford to build a decent house due to high cost of construction materials and also construction services. My name is Khadija Udodo. I'm from Arena Recycling Industry in Tanzania. At Arena Recycling Industry, we help people to get access to affordable eco-bricks made from recyclable and non-recyclable plastic waste. What we do? We first collect plastic waste through our beach cleanups events and also from our collection center so as to reach the community and the streets. After that, we sort them according to their nature and density, mixing them with sand, crushing them into small pieces, and pass it into the sand polymer machine to produce the bricks. The bricks produced are durable, 3 times stronger than bricks made with cement, and also they are affordable, 20% cheaper than traditional bricks in the market. They are also anti-corrosive, they have high insulation properties, and they are also anti-fungal. Our business model is simple. We do business to business by partnering with construction companies. We do business to consumers by selling our products directly to customers, and also we do business to government by partnering with different government institutions in Dar es Salaam. We have been able to generate $150,000 USD by selling our products directly to customers, and also by doing waste management activities with our partners. And through this, we have been able to recycle about 500 tons of plastic waste. And we have been able to prevent the release of 3,000 tons of carbon from the atmosphere. And also, we have been able to provide 12 direct jobs to youth and women in Tanzania, and also more than 20 indirect jobs to youth and women in Tanzania. We are asking for 500,000 USD in order to scale our production into our upcountry region, and this money will be used for operation expenditures and also for capital expenditure. At Arena Recycling Industry, our goal is to reduce the construction cost and also to make the world a better place and free from plastic waste and littering. We welcome you as partners, donors, and supporters to make this possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the presentation. How much can you lower the cost for building a house, replacing cement using your bricks?
For building a house, in normal places, it costs about 10,000 USD dollars, and also in places where the rich people found, it costs about 100,000 USD dollars.
And with your technology, with your plastic, so what is the margin between someone choosing between
We'll
cement?
reduce the construction cost by 20%. And also, our bricks have interlocking properties in nature, so we'll reduce the use of cement during construction. Yes, and also the amount of water which will be used during construction. Hence, we ensure the construction services is cost effective. Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
So much for your presentation. I was engaged from the beginning.
Thank
Good job. You mentioned that you have 12 direct and 20 indirect personnel. What are the ratios when you look at gender representation on that?
Thank you so much. For 12 direct jobs, are waste pickers in Temeke region in Dar es Salaam, and both are women who live under 2 USD per day. And also for 20 indirect jobs are waste pickers, where we buy wastes from their collection centers. Yes, they are both male and females, but most of the waste pickers are male.
So with the funding that you're requesting to scale up, does that mean that this number is likely to go up, especially considering you want to branch out outside of Dar?
Yes, because we will reach even in other regions in Tanzania. So the number will increase, people will get more jobs, and also we'll be able to empower the waste pickers in other regions of Tanzania.
Can you give an estimate of how many people you're likely to get on the team in addition?
Can you repeat?
Are you likely to give an estimate of how many more people you would get on your team with this additional funding?
No, for now, after we scale our production, we will be able to empower more than 100 people in different regions.
Thank you.
Thank you for a good pitch there. My questions are in 3 sets. So the first is on the supply of your inputs, and then of course the market, and a few on numbers, a question on numbers. So on the supply, do you have like guaranteed supply of the plastic waste? How have you signed like contracts or whatever with the people who collect, or is it like random? Whatever we get is what we process? Because that feeds into your growth kind of strategy and predictability of revenues. So do you have those kind of signed contracts, or how have you organized your collection?
For now, since our production capacity is not that big, we produce about 100 bricks per day with our machine. So we use the plastic we collect through beach cleanups events, in which we organize ourselves, and also from beach cleanups events organized by other youth-led environmental organizations in Tanzania, and also from waste pickers. As we told you, we have empowered 12 women in Temeke district in Dar es Salaam. So they buy waste, they buy plastic waste, and also we do buy directly from them. Yes.
Okay. Do you have like other competitors who are competing for the same waste with yourselves?
Yeah, we do have competitors.
So how do you go about that?
The competitors we have for now are the ones that recycle only recyclable water bottles that are transparent. But for us, we use both types of plastic.
Okay, good. On the market side, you talked about construction companies, direct people who want to build their own houses, and government. How do the revenue kind of distribute among the three different target clients? Who is your major core client there?
For now, construction companies, and also we are partnering with different organizations that have construction projects in the community.
Okay, so the final one, because I can see they have stood there, is on the numbers in terms of profitability of your business. Have you gotten to profitability yet, or what's the path to profitability at the gross level and net?
Can you repeat it?
Are you profitable as of now in your business? If not yet, what's the path to profitability at the gross margin and also at the net profit margin? How long will it take for you to get there?
Okay, with our production capacity we have now, we are profitable. We have been able to generate about 150,000 USD, but for the money we are asking now, in order to scale our production, we will be able to generate 500,000 USD.
Just the last one, Ampani. On the 150K, what's the cost? What's the percentage of that? That's full revenue, right?
Yes.
What's your cost what's your average annual cost out of the 150? How much did you spend and how much left?
I'm not in a position to answer that question right now, but I'll be back to you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Our company's goal, as I said, is to reduce the construction cost and make the world a better place and free from plastic waste and retailing. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Adija. Thank you so much for that wonderful pitch. Now, our next feature from Tunisia, Mohamed Rame, Way Out Solution. Welcome.
I start? Yes. Bonjour tout le monde. Inondation, pollution. Alors, je vous attends. I will wait for you. Yes. Inondation, pollution marine. Deux problématiques qui, même paraissant distinctes, découlent d'une seule et unique source. Oui, une seule source. L'intrusion des déchets dans les réseaux de canalisation. Vous savez tous ce que c'est un regard gris, a manhole, sewer, les petites structures qu'on trouve à gauche et à droite des rues qui sont responsables d'évacuer l'eau des pluies. Malheureusement, il n'y a pas que l'eau des pluies qui rentre, les déchets rentrent aussi. Plastique, mégots de cigarettes, n'importe quel type de packaging pourrait rentrer dans ce regard gris. Il y aura deux scénarios possibles. Le premier scénario, c'est que les déchets vont être dans le réseau et ils vont le saturer. L'eau des pluies ne passera plus. Il y aura une remontée du niveau d'eau et donc il y aura des inondations. Deuxième scénario, c'est que ces déchets-là vont continuer leur chemin pour se déverser ensuite, où ça? Dans les ressources marines, lacs, rivières, mers et océans. Mais Zygofiltre a trouvé une solution. Mesdames et messieurs, je vous présente Zygofiltre, un filtre en acier galvanisé qui, malgré sa simplicité, a aujourd'hui répondu à la problématique des inondations et de la pollution marine. Zygofiltre a été vendu sur 2000 unités en Tunisie, générant un chiffre d'affaires de plus de 500 000 €. Nous avons aujourd'hui réussi à capturer plus de 100 tonnes de plastique, mais l'objectif est beaucoup plus ambitieux. Nous voulons demain capturer 10 000 tonnes de plastique. Comment cela va être fait? En généralisant la solution sur toute la Tunisie, mais aussi sur toute l'Afrique. Parce que oui, Way Out Ecological Solutions se positionne aujourd'hui comme fournisseur de solutions pour l'infrastructure africaine. À part le Zygofiltre, nous avons aussi développé un deuxième produit, le Vortex, un robot dont la mission va être de déchiqueter la déchet à l'intérieur du réseau, nettoyer les réseaux pour assurer moins d'inondations. Pas plus tard que la semaine dernière, notre premier client, qui est la municipalité de Tunis, où nous avions des filtres qui sont installés au cœur de la capitale tunisienne, nous ont invités pour nous dire à quel point le produit était efficace, aussi bien sur le volet social, puisque les agents de terrain, ces hommes oubliés par tous, qui malheureusement des fois sont contraints de descendre dans le regard agri pour l'entretenir à main nue, aujourd'hui, grâce à la solution Zygofiltre, en l'espace d'1 minute seulement, ils prennent le filtre, le vident et le remettent sur place. Le produit Zygofiltre est aussi économique. Nous avons réussi à réduire par 70% les frais de curage aux municipalités. Troisième volet, l'environnement. Tous les déchets sont capturés par le Zygofiltre. Mégots de cigarettes, plastique, packaging, tout est capturé là. Aujourd'hui, nous cherchons, comme je viens de vous le dire, à déployer la solution Zygofiltre sur toute l'Afrique. Et pour ce faire, nous aurons besoin de partenaires, de joint ventures, avec des partenaires trustworthy, avec lesquels on va déployer la solution Zygofiltre sur toute l'Afrique et après sur toute la planète Terre. Parce que oui, pas plus tard que 2 semaines en arrière, j'étais au Japon, et même au Japon, ils ont ce genre de problème. Donc unissons-nous tous, travaillons ensemble, main dans la main, pour réduire les inondations et la pollution marine. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, I can go first again. So just to clarify, are municipalities and government the customer here?
So yes, they are the end users, but they are not the one who will pay for the Zygofiltre. Because for the 3 first years, government and municipalities were the one who paid us and who installed our solution. Still, this year they are the end user, but we switched in our business model, and now we are going to CSR companies, corporate sustainability responsibility, to invite them to sponsor and to finance the installation of Zygofiltre in a municipality that cannot afford the installation of Zygofiltre. And in counter, we give them impact reports. So because our Zygofiltre has, as I said, environmental, social, and economic impact, we will quantify that impact, and then we'll give it to enterprises that will present those impact in the extra financial report.
Okay, thank you. So are they also then the customer for the robot idea?
Absolutely, yes. There are 2 networks. The first network is for the rainwater. Second network is for used water. The used water one will be our client for the robot.
Okay, yeah, thanks for clarifying.
Did you mention what it is that you do with the waste that you've captured?
Okay, so until now we're not using that waste, but we are working on a process to valorize it. But until now, as we say, preventing that waste to go into the marine resources, it's a win for us. Because having that waste in a controlled system is way better than having it lost in the sea and the ocean.
My concern would be that if it's not managed at that point, and yes, it's true, it's better than letting it get into the ocean, but we've seen audits and history showing that runoff from land gets into the ocean. So wherever you're disposing of your trash, is it somewhere where they manage it?
Yes, absolutely. Municipalities have in their waste deposit, they have the municipality that we work with. So the waste that they get from our filters is get managed and recycled in part of it.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Help me understand your revenue model from where you started and the shift you're making. So who is the paying client and who is the end user? And is it a repetitive kind of revenue model because you have installed that device, or is it a one-off sale? That clarity.
Okay. So, can I respond in French? Maybe you can put the headset for me just to be je vais être clair au maximum. Pendant les 3 premières années, Zygofiltre a été vendu aux municipalités. Les municipalités payaient pour le Zygofiltre et l'utilisaient en même temps. Aujourd'hui, cette année 2024, nous avons remarqué que ce business model ne pouvait pas être scalable. C'est pour ça qu'on a changé de business model. Et aujourd'hui, on propose aux entreprises privées de rentrer dans cette collaboration, de financer l'installation des zygofiltres au profit de municipalités et de recevoir en contrepartie des rapports d'impact. La récurrence dans les revenus est ici. Les rapports d'impact vont être donnés annuellement à ces entreprises-là qui devraient payer un abonnement pour encore recevoir ces rapports d'impact, justement. Voilà. Mais les municipalités, c'est toujours les end-users. On ne peut pas installer des filtres sans l'autorisation des municipalités parce que c'est eux qui vont assurer l'entretien des zygofiltres une fois installés. Voilà.
So you have two revenue streams when you are selling the
Yes.
filter and when
The
they are
impact reports.
they're subscribing for the reports.
Yes.
How many have you sold? You said 2 million?
2,000 filters.
2,000 filters. And in terms of scalability,
Yes.
how big can it go, and how does
Yes.
that relate with the amount that you are
Absolutely.
looking for?
So the Tunisian market, in the Tunisian market, there's like 200,000 sewers. So possibly 200,000 filters that we can sell. In the Africa or the North Africa countries, it's up to 1,500,000 sewers. So you see the market is very big. And in a matter of scalability, we can go scale. We can scale up. In no matter of what?
The amount that you are raising.
Of selling?
How much are you raising? The ask.
The ask.
Yeah.
So yes, actually right now we're not looking for investment because we are bootstrapping from the beginning and we are like profitable from the first year.
Okay.
But what we're looking for is partnership and joint ventures to duplicate our solution in other countries than Tunisia, in Africa and Europe.
Great. How are the margins looking in terms of profitability?
55%.
Sorry?
55%.
35.
55.
55%.
55%. 55. 55. My English is bad, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Is there anyone else doing what you're doing?
No. As a matter of fact, we started in 2020, and for the first 4 years, nobody did what we did. But in 2024, there's a startup in France that tried to do what we did, but the price is way higher than ours. Second thing, there's indirect competitors, because municipalities tend to bring, they outsource the cleaning of their sewers, so they bring big trucks and they try to aspire, or with a high level, avec une haute pression d'eau, ils vont essayer de dégager les réseaux de canalisation. Voilà. Mais il n'y a pas de compétiteur direct jusqu'à maintenant en Afrique.
Merci, Mohamed.
Thank you. Merci.
Merci. Un Mohamed qui cède la place à un autre Mohamed. Nous venons cette fois-ci de Sierra Leone. Donc nous accueillons ici Mohamed Kamara from the Freetown Innovation Hub.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mohamed Kamara. I bring you warm greetings from Freetown, a beautiful nation in the west coast of Africa. I run a venture called the Freetown Innovation Lab. We have 3 focus areas: waste management, energy, and e-mobility. Actually, I'm a great innovator and inventor. I develop all of these energy solutions from waste, like windmills, hydropower solutions, and biogas solutions. But today I'm here to just focus on the waste management. My father was paid only $10 a day, only $10 a month, and he was the only breadwinner in my family. I remember going to school on bare feet, sometimes just having like 1 meal a day. It was during Ebola that we lost him, and 3,000 more lives. This was because the only way to have information was on TV. And it's expensive to have a TV antenna because it costs between $5 to $20. And remember, my father was just earning $10 a month. Due to this loss, I was inspired to start working on initiatives about how can I develop products that can actually connect low-income households and communities to watch TV channels for free or at a cost that anybody can afford. I was inspired to invent the Lily antenna. 100% outer components built from plastic. The good news is when COVID-19 hit, we installed over 5,000 units of these homes, benefiting over 15,000 homes and communities. This saved a lot of lives and prevented a lot of people from not getting access to information, which like people now can actually watch TV channels for free. I was inspired to start working on an initiative that has to do with cleaning beaches and focusing on 3 sources: plastic, seaweed, and then discarded tires. My initiative worked with over 150 young people to collect this plastic, seaweed, and convert those into construction materials. We have been building bricks, roof, and many more that are already changing lives in the communities. Presently, you'll be able to see our roofs. That's actually the first ever roof that we have actually built from plastic and seaweed combined. Because for us, seaweed is a waste, and it's flowed across all the beaches in Freetown. And our initiatives has been able to convert that into roof that people are using in their homes. We also use these discarded tires that are scattered across Freetown to convert those into furniture that are used in homes, offices, and schools. We've been able to create jobs for young people, bringing them to work side by side with us to collect the plastic and buying them in kilos. We are here asking for just $250,000 US dollars to scale our production, to start building homes for slum dwellers and improve the standard of living. With these funds, we'll be able to really replicate our solution, empower many young people because I was inspired to build innovations that is already changing lives, I'm also inspired by the fact that I was born in a home that was only an $10 idea. Now I have over 150 staff working on this vision. I believe I'll be able to change their lives by building homes from this waste that we are collecting in the beach. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Could you clarify a little bit on the revenue streams? Like, what is the major source of income here?
So we raised $100,000. Part of that, 60% is from revenues and 40% from grants.
Okay, but between the different products?
Yes. So you can see we have different products. Like we have roof, we have chairs. So majority of our funds, our revenues right now are coming from the furnitures that we are constructing, the roof solution that are already installed in some homes, and then of course the pavement tiles that are all built from plastic waste.
Do you have like a percentage distribution of the revenue streams?
40% from sales, 60%
no, for the different products.
For the different products. Let's say the roofs are like 20%, the pavements and the bricks can be 50%, and then the other ones can be 40%.
Okay, sorry, last question. So are all different streams profitable, or is it one of the streams that is sort of running the rest of the business?
All of the streams are generating money. That's the good news about it. And we've been profitable from day one because here I'm just surprised that people are growing seaweed. And we foresee seaweed we see it as waste, and it's all over our beaches. And nobody's doing anything about it. So and of course I'm an entrepreneur, so I start thinking about what can I do with this seaweed. So I start using them. So of course, we'll not be short of plastic and seaweed anyway. It's always going to be there. And I hope scaling up with our approach of recycling this, we can do more with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
What does your team look like? I know you've said you have 150 people, yes. But what's the management team like?
So management team consists of 17 people, and the 130-somethings are the waste collectors. So we have like waste collection points. We are the people bring their waste, we scale, and then we buy. So but they also have a component which has to do with community waste collaborations. These are like women cooperatives. They collect the waste because in exchange, they want to also start building their homes. They want to also start doing like public toilet places and a lot more of these things. So for now, it's 150, but I know within a year, we have more people because we are buying kilos. Sometimes we buy as less as 2 cents, 2 USD, but having, let's say, for instance, you have like 10 kilos of plastic, you can have 5 or 10 USD, which you can actually use for your daily upkeep. And the tires, we are buying tires from everybody, and then it's more even expensive. That's like $1 for 1 tire. So imagine you bring like 10 tires, you have like $10, and then times 30 days in a month, $300, which is way above the monthly earning of majority of people that even have in degrees. So my team comprises of Malens. She's a social entrepreneur that did a TED Talk that has over 100 million views. And I've been in the entrepreneurship space for over 10 years. I most time don't buy stuff. I create innovations that I commercialize. And I've been able to use that to have my solutions in Liberia, in Guinea, and Sierra Leone.
Okay, on the issue of numbers, how are your price points compared to the traditional material? Like you mentioned, furniture and roofing is one of the byproducts you make. Yes. How does it compare to what's existing in the market?
So presently, people are importing all of the furnitures from China, US, and some other places, and most of them are even like second-hand stuff. So even at that rate, they are super like 2 times expensive than our furnitures. But if you see from our furnitures, they are like these designs. They fit into all people. We have ministers using it. We have ambassadors. We even have schools adopting them. So they're not even double, like 3 times less costly because it's local labor. And then, of course, it lasts for like years and years compared to the imported one that have like a lot of bugs, and it does not last longer.
Thank you.
My question will be on the markets. You have an assorted array of products. How do you push them to the market, and how do you intend to make sure that as you scale, you are targeting the right customers for each of the products and in good numbers so that the business becomes sustainable?
So when I was coming on, I was a bit scared about, like, they will say, okay, I have a lot of products. But like, one thing that have been consistent with us, we have different sets of customers for the different product line. So like for our construction materials, there's a huge gap within the construction industry. Cement is super expensive. So we already have like universities, schools that are already using our pavements. And the roofing solutions, let's say if you are using aluminum zinc, when it's by the sea, it corrodes easily. This one lasts for many, many years. You know, it's very heavy, like it lasts for longer time. So we segment our different customer targets based on their needs. And let's say for the TV antenna, everybody that has a TV at home would like to buy our TV antenna because it's sold for just $5 and imported at $10, $15, which I think is not affordable. And the outer components all from plastic. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mohammed. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Malawi, David Muleme, Golden Harvest. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is David Muleme from Golden Harvest. We started off as an agro consultancy by the name Brave Industries, just a group of young people determined to meet the challenge of food insecurity in our country. Our primary goal was to help underserved farmers, most particularly women and youth. And so far, we've helped over 60 cooperatives with a combined membership of 30,000 individuals. We've helped them access about $4 million in funding. Now, in our years of service, we discovered a gap, and that is in fish feed. Let me interest you in a few facts about Lake Malawi. Lake Malawi is home to over 1,000 species of fish. 700 of those are endemic to the lake. You might be thinking, this place must be a flourishing food basket. On the contrary, it has been plagued with overfishing, unsustainable fishing practices, as well as gross underutilization of potential. One specific case of a negative influence on overfishing has been the extinction of the lake salmon, known as the mpasa. Now, over the years, fisheries have been instituted in our country to ease the pressure from the lake. However, they've been met with exorbitantly high fish feed prices. Ladies and gentlemen, that is where Golden Harvest steps in. With one key ingredient, which is a source of protein, that is the black soldier fly. It is organic, regenerative, and sustainable. How might you step in? You might be asking, how can we step in? Well, we're looking for an investment of $7 million US. We're open to grants, we're open to loans, and other innovative financing. And as a wise investor, you're also asking, what is in it for us? What is in it for the community and society at large? Well, within 5 years from commission. But before I go to that, what the 7 million is going to be used for. We intend to commission a fish feed factory, as well as a fisheries, basically. And so, what is in it for the investors and the community at large? Well, we're looking to raise a revenue of up to $20 million US within 5 years, to reach break even within the first 3 years, and to have a return on investment of upwards of 20%. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, my name is David Muleme from Golden Harvest, and I invite you to make a collaborative effort to disrupt an industry and impact the lives of millions of Malawians and the world at large. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's start a little bit with the numbers. How much is your revenue in the last financial year?
I might have missed out the part where I said we were a consultancy. So as a consultancy, we've raised over $4 million US on behalf of farmers as well as individuals.
But from the black soldier fly?
From the black soldier fly. Well, we're pivoting from being a consultant into producing the black soldier fly. At the moment, we're still testing, and I'm open to discussing further on the numbers as I can connect you with our nutritionist and business development officer.
Okay, so you're still looking for a product from the BSF?
Pardon?
You're still looking for a product?
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely.
So for the investment of, did you say 7 million USD?
Yes, sir.
What is the product that goes into?
The product that,
yes.
Okay, we want to commission a factory. The product that it's going to is fish, as well as fish feed. And it's going to have byproducts such as many byproducts I can't remember off the top of my head right now.
Okay. So just to clarify, is it black soldier fly or is it fish production? Indian?
It's both.
Okay.
What's another alternative to corn that you would be going up against?
Another alternative to corn?
Yeah, because you're going to do black soldier fly as an alternative. So
Yeah.
what is existing in the market as an alternative to corn that could be a possible competitor?
One of the pitches mentioned silkworms, and yeah, that's the other alternative that I'm currently aware of right now. And they also use fish meal. Yeah.
Okay, I'm quite well versed with black soldier flies. We have worked in that sector for a while. And it's exciting to see that it's picking up across different markets. So just to clarify, yours is a greenfield project. It's new. You are starting now. And you need 7 million to start that business. And also to clarify that there are two aspects of it. There's the BSF, which is the feeds for your fish. So which is the main business here? Is it the BSF production, or is it the fish business?
The main business is the BSF. However, the one that generates more, according to our projections, is the fish.
And in terms of the money that you are looking for, 7 million, which in my estimation is a bit on the higher end for a greenfield in the BSF sector, what are the uses for that? What are the uses for that money?
The uses. Let me also clarify that we're not looking for it all at once. We're looking for it over a space of 5 years. Okay. So
what is the immediate need? Today, if an investor here was to write you a check, what would it be and what would you use for?
We would go for $500,000 to do all the necessary testings and the R&Ds and all that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
C'est tellement clair qu'on n'a pas besoin de plus de temps. Quoi de mieux qu'une entrepreneur kenyane pour clôturer ces présentations? Miss Mwende, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Faith Mwende, and I am from C.G.H. And in C.G.H, we do have a brand of product called Zuri Feeds. We make quality organic animal feeds, which are made from fish waste. We reutilize the disregarded fish waste to help tap the untargeted waste in the blue economy and in the fish value chain. Did you know that 60 to 70% of our fish goes into waste, and only 30 to 40% is taken in, either during fish processing or in consumption? We work with the fisherfolk fraternity in the collection of fish waste to upcycle to make animal feeds, which include chicken feeds, fish feeds, pig feeds, and now we are adding to the pet feeds. All these feeds are sold to the farmers. The problems which we are trying to solve, one is post-harvest losses in the blue economy and in the fish value chain, scarcity and unaffordable animal feeds, and also we have environmental nuisance of the fish waste and low dietary animal feeds here in Kenya. The solutions which we are trying to come up with, one is provision of quality affordable feeds to the farmers, reduction of the post-harvest losses in the fishing industry, and also economic gain through job creation and income generation. The process starts from collection of the fish waste from the fishing industries, fishermen, beach management units, and also the fish vendors. And it is taken to our facility for processing, whereby we are doing sorting, grading, formulation, crushing, pelletizing, and packaging to sell to the farmers. Our direct beneficiaries of this project are the poultry farmers, aquaculture farmers, pet owners, and also the pig farmers. According to the Ministry of Agriculture, Kenya requires 55 million metric tons of animal feeds annually, and only 40% is achieved by provision of 22 million metric tons, leaving a gap of 33 million metric tons, which is equivalent to 60%. So you can see how big is the market and how scarcity and unaffordable animal feeds are leading us to in Kenya. Our direct, or maybe our business model involves selling these feeds to the farmers and also to stockists who would like to store our products. So far, we have been doing 200 tons annually, but this is subject and limited to equipment and facility. And here we are asking for 300,000 US dollars for installation of a facility, a factory, infrastructure, and also licenses required for these animal feeds. And also we have done a lot of impact in terms of blue economy, whereby we are upcycling this fish waste, helping to show the fishermen the importance of this waste which is going into the west. But also we are also targeting on the farmers, whereby we are also training them on sustainable fish farming, poultry farming, not just only offering their products. We're also focusing on job creation, where so far we have created job income to the community by employment of youths, whereby we have like 10 people who come for processing, and also we have also 10 who are also found in the processing facility. We are working with the women together with all us other community, whereby we are involving them in the collection of fish waste to make animal feeds. Thank you. C.G.H has the potential to make it here in Kenya through post-harvest losses and aquaculture provision of these animal feeds. Welcome everybody, and we are here for your investment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Faith. I want to talk a little bit about the supply of fish waste. How do you secure that you have enough fish waste as you scale your production of fish feed?
Okay, one thing people haven't even known is that fish waste is the untargeted one in the blue economy. And so far we are working with the fisheries and the Kenya Fisheries Service, whereby they have also connected us with WWF, whereby we hold meetings with the fishermen. And then now we see where we recruit and also get the fish waste from the fishermen. And we are getting a lot of waste that we can't even, it's also overwhelming us because the numbers are quite high, especially in the discards. We have so many fishermen who are doing processing, and also fish processing companies, which is untargeted. As an exemption of also adding the trawlers who go for deep sea fishing, they tend to get untargeted discards, which also they throw back to the ocean. So we want to target in that, and it's quite high.
So how do you incentivize a fisherman to sort of secure your supply and keep it stored and do the drying or something before you can come and pick it up?
Yes, so far what we do is we hold a meeting with them. We first introduce to them whatever we are going to use for the feeds, and for the discards, whatever is also useful, and whatever which can go to fertilizer. Because you find out not everything which can also acquire to the feeds, as we are targeting for a quality feed here in Kenya.
Okay, thank you.
What's the market size of organic feeds, and what are you targeting percentage-wise?
Yes, as I said when I was pitching, the gap is 33 million metric tons. This comprises of all animal feeds. When I take specifically for chicken feeds, when we did our analysis, we were targeting on our target market was going for $300 US, and also the potential market was going for 1.4 billion Kenyan shillings. So the market is quite huge.
This is purely organic.
This is purely organic, and we do a full formulation, full balanced diet of our animal feeds. So it's, when you see it's a full feed, a full balanced diet, whereby we also do analysis and we check whether it's safe to be taken by animals.
You mentioned that currently you're overwhelmed by the fish waste. So what have you been doing with the excess?
So far, we just pick what we can process, and the rest is still going into waste. And this is just limited to the machineries we are having. And we have also started partnerships with the organizations who have been coming in to help us upscale by getting huge advanced machines, which could also attain the capacity we are getting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the good pitch. Your production, you said, is on average 200 tons annually.
Yep.
In terms of money in the bank, how does that translate?
This is equivalent. Let me suggest, last year we made approximately 22,000 US in the revenue. And this is also living in mind that we are having pending orders from the farmers which cannot meet the demand.
And out of the 22K USD, how much was your costs of doing business, and did you remain with any profits?
Yes, the cost was a little bit not so quite high, but it was high because we are trying to do some processes manually, and this is going for around 60%, which is quite expensive because of the machineries we are using at the moment, because some are manually. But in processing, you find out the cost of production goes down when you are increasing the numbers and the capacity. So for us to attain that, to surpass or maybe to break even point, it's after we attain huge advanced machines, which could also help us to attain that.
Just a follow on that, have you done like a projection of at what point, what is the volume you need for you to break even?
Yes, we have. We have our financials. According to what we have asked for the $300,000, it's clearly that we will do approximately, because of the installation of the machineries and also other stuffs needed inside, it will take us 6 months to break even point. And this means after we get these machineries, it will also help us to produce approximately 60 tons every month, which is giving us almost 6 million every month. And also in dollars, it's approximately for $6,000 in a month. So we just need approximately 6 months to break even point.
6 months. Just the last one. Have you also considered in terms of the unit economics per ton of feeds that you produce? What's the cost right now? And as you have rightfully said, as you scale, the unit economics kicks in, and how that would translate into lower cost per ton. Do you have those calculations available or rough numbers?
Yes, we do. We have our financial projections. We have our financial costings. We have, if it is in a ton, we do know right now we are making approximately, the cost is 60% of the turnover of a ton. If it is in chicken feeds, because even in chicken feeds, we could make approximately 90,000 to 100,000 Kenyan shillings. And also in fish feeds, it also varies according to the product. But now, not forgetting that you could get the waste and also sell the fish meal at its cost, whereby now there we get a profit of 60%, which is quite encouraging to us.
Great, thanks.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, merci, madame, pour votre brillante présentation. Merci, chers membres du jury, de nous avoir accordé de votre temps pour cette dernière catégorie de pitch. Je vous demande une fois encore, par vos vibrants applaudissements, de manifester l'engagement des entrepreneurs que nous avons vus passer ici entre hier et aujourd'hui. Je vous en prie, vos vibrants applaudissements pour ces entrepreneurs. Être entrepreneur en Afrique n'est pas du tout facile. Mais voir passer sur ce podium des jeunes hommes et des jeunes dames est la preuve vivante que c'est possible. Avoir un événement comme Blue Invest Africa, regroupant des personnes avec une expertise aussi pointue, c'est la preuve que nous sommes sur la bonne voie. Et nous devons continuer. Donc merci encore à toutes les personnes qui croient à cet événement. Nous tirons pratiquement vers la fin de la deuxième édition de Blue Invest Africa. Nous allons prendre une toute petite pause avant la brève cérémonie de clôture. But before that, James, could you join me?
All right, what do we have here?
Thank you, James, for joining me. We remind everyone in the room to continue voting. Vous avez 10 minutes, en fait, après la fin de la dernière session, de la dernière catégorie de pitch, pour voter le ou la meilleure entrepreneur afin que ce dernier ou cette dernière soit reconnu tout à l'heure. Merci.
Thank you so much. Now, I did promise you something, right? Who wants to go on a boat ride? Okay, it's time. I don't know do I trust myself? Do you trust me? Can I pick? How many trust me? Oh, no, just pick it. No trust here. So pick one card. Whoever.
Let me.
Yeah, shuffle them.
Je vais agiter un peu.
Right. All right, let's see. This is Sanusi Abdul Ali, Deputy Director, the Presidency, Bureau of Public Affairs. Oh! Here you go. Yeah. Yes, so you get a free boat ride. Yeah, that's courtesy of Aqua. Yeah, so you'll get to ride in the ocean, enjoy Kwale, enjoy the Indian Ocean. Thank you for participating. Yes.
Am I going alone?
Really, it's hard for me to tell. The choice is yours. Yes, all right, thanks. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. It's been a wonderful session. What do you guys think? Yeah, we enjoyed it, we loved it. Okay, great. So we are going to have a tea break, and then after that, we'll come back here, all right, for another announcement. Thank you so much, and enjoy the break.
See you soon.
check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. It's the time of the day when you say time flies so fast. Can't believe this has come to an end. It's a time when you're really excited, right? Is the time. Please settle down. Yes, if you can. You can. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. It's now the time of the day when we want to give the awards to the pitchers. I will now call upon the Governor of Turkana County, Dr. Dado Godana, to present the first award to the Blue Communities. Mr. Dado. Oh,
Okay, we are good. Yeah, I have been called here to present the Best Pitch Award for Blue Communities in this Blue Invest Africa And I'm therefore pleased to award that title of the best picture to
Fatuma Mangena, Tanzania. I've already communicated. Thank you. Thank you, the Governor of Tana River County. Thank you so much. I now call upon Madam Shalina Vicheva, DG of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries of the European Union.
So now you're quiet. That's good. So I have the pleasure and the honor to announce the award winner for Blue Tech Aquaculture Support. And this is
Divine Azuma, Ghana.
Montesky Ventures.
Thank you. I now call upon Dr. Makila, Acting Director of the Blue Economy Development from the State Department.
Thank you. I have the pleasure to give to the Best Picture Award for Maritime Ecosystem Picture Award to C.G.H.
So, Mari?
C.G.H.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I now call upon, again, the Governor of Tana River County, Dr. Dado Godana.
and this time
Fatuma Ali from Kenya.
Thank you. On Madam Henriette Giga, Ambassador of the EU in Kenya.
So it's my great honor to announce and to award the Best Picture Award for Aquaculture to Rio Fish Ltd.
Angela Odero from Kenya. I now call upon Madam Henriette Giga, Ambassador of the EU, to give the next award.
I didn't do enough exercise today. So now it's my great honor to present the Best Picture Award for Blue Circular. And the winner is Sea Ventures Zurich.
Faith Mwende from Kenya. And finally, to present the last award, I call upon Madam Shalina Vicheva, DG of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries of the EU.
It's such a pleasure. I feel like during the Oscars. So, the last one is for the Best Picture Award, and it goes to Lady Ari Marine Consultancy Firm.
Josephine Edward, Namibia. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll now proceed to the closing ceremony. My co-MC will make the introductions. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Il y a eu beaucoup d'enthousiasme et de bruit dans la salle. Pour la cérémonie de clôture, let me take a few seconds because I see people putting their headset. Pour la cérémonie de clôture, nous commençons par appeler pour son mot Dr. Davis Makila, Acting Director, Blue Economy Development for the State Department. For his word, we are calling Dr. Davis Makila Acting Director of Blue Economy and Development for the State Department. Thank you, Mr. Makila.
Okay. This okay. Your Excellency, the Ambassador for EU to Kenya, Your Excellency, the DG Mare for the EU Commission, His Excellency the Governor, Dr. Kodhana, Tana River County, distinguished guests and participants, as well as senior government officials present. This with humility that I'm able to stand here before such a Catherine, Africa Catherine, as well as global Catherine. Before I proceed, because I'm supposed to have been the last one, but because of the nature of the case we have in the room, I appreciate the organizers, the ambassadors, and His Excellency the Governor for the opportunity that I come first. And before I proceed further, allow me, on behalf of the government of Kenya, with privileged delegation by the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Salim Mufuria, and the Principal Secretary, Madam Bet Sinjaki, for the Blue Economy and Fisheries, for the opportunity they have granted unto me for them. It is an honor, and at this moment, just like the Cabinet Secretary said yesterday, I am a civil servant, mandated by a number who are present here, more so Madam Luso Bungu, who is the technical advisor to the PS, and other senior colleagues. I just go through the points that the Cabinet Secretary could have mentioned in his capacity in closing this session, and thereafter I'll ask the team to proceed. With your permission, ambassadors, Your Excellency the Governor, and distinguished guests, just want to mention that in his remarks, the blue economy represents a special investment opportunity. And because the sector presents enormous opportunities which can be exploited for wealth creation and employment, and also reduce poverty. Among the opportunities that have been presented to us by our pitchers and panel discussants include in seaweed farming, building of fishing ports, value addition, cold storage facilities like Kusa Freezer that we have presented, and pollution control. This forum will therefore be the genesis of new collaboration in the blue economy sector and a platform for knowledge sharing on sustainable blue economy practices and innovations for socio-economic development. As mentioned, the global blue economy is expected to grow to approximately US dollars 3 trillion by the year 2030. And the blue economy has been further identified by an agenda under the African Union 2063 as priority call for the achievement of the aspiration of the African continent. In this regard, the government of Kenya
is cognizant of the role the sector plays as a key driver for sustainable development goal, more so goal number 14 of the UN Agenda 2030, and continue to support the initiatives to conserve and sustainably use the oceans and marine resources for sustainable development. In order to fulfill the SDG 14 and transition to circular and sustainable blue economy, there is an urgent need to reverse the destructive ocean activities that contribute to environmental degradation. Finance flows is a key means of implementation of the Call 14 and must be redirected to drive investment in support of the blue economy. We look forward to building a common framework that integrates sustainability, resilience, and financing for catalyzing high-scale investment for making sustainable blue economy a reality. In conclusion, the second Blue Invest Africa Forum 2024, we are here, has therefore presented an excellent opportunity for the blue economy sector players and investors to leverage on the opportunities in the sector to drive economic growth and create jobs. We will continue to work together with our development partners present, intergovernmental organizations, they are here with us, private sector, there have been panel discussions here, from Africa and beyond to unlock the opportunities in the blue economy sector. I take this opportunity to once again thank the European Union, the investors, pitchers, the national government, the county governments, here represented by His Excellency the Governor, Tana River, Dr. Kodana, and all other participants for making this forum a success. And as I mentioned earlier, I stop there and request the organizers to proceed. Thank you for lending me your ears and listen to the CS speech. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I now call upon the Ambassador of the EU, Madame Henrietta Geiger, to come and give her closing remarks. Thank you.
Dear Director General, dear Governor, dear Director of the State Department for Blue Economy, dear pitchers, dear investors, dear all. It has been an impressive 2 days that we witnessed, and I think you're all privy to the very good atmosphere that we have witnessed here. Lots and lots of dialogue, lots and lots of ideas, lots and lots of hope has been created. And this is what the world needs, good news. But let me start by thanking. First of all, I want to thank the government of Kenya for the willingness to host this event, the first event on African continental soil. This has potentialized from the first edition on the Seychelles and has emerged into a much bigger, much more important event, and has provided us all with a platform where from there the sky is the limit. I would also like to thank the organizers, the organizing team, our contractors, but also for all the colleagues who work tirelessly for many months and maybe more than a year on making this a success. We are all used to have a seamless organization, but we never acknowledge those who have worked day and night to make it a success. So I would like to have a special applause for our organizing team. Now let me share just some personal remarks on what we can draw from these 2 days. So we heard a lot about diversity, inclusion, innovation, sustainability, biodiversity, climate change. These were key words that resonated during the last 2 days during the forum. And the Blue Invest is there to potentialize all that you have brought to this space in innovative ideas and make it into big and profitable businesses. It is very important that we emphasize that the key here is, of course, to make profit. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in business. But you made proof that actually the blue space and to protect climate and the environment can make business sense. And I think this is maybe the most important lesson and the most important message that has to go out to the world, not only to Kenya, Africa, but to the entire world. So the blue space is profitable and can protect at the same time our biodiversity, our climate, and mitigate the biodiversity loss we have. Then also, I think one of the key achievements that we saw here is that you see a blue economy space emerging, a network of African investors and business people who are thriving in this space. And what I have seen in my experience is that the contacts you established here today are much more important than what is happening on stage. Because this is what you take home, this is what you follow up with, and these are the ideas that you get from others to inspire you to do more. And I think from that very strong network, a lot can happen in the future. I would just like to say that this blue economy space is emerging, and it's emerging not only in Africa, it's emerging globally. And we have said before, there can be no green without blue. And this is only now setting in that actually, if we are not protecting our waters, we have no hope to mitigate climate change. So this is a message that has to be powerfully sent out. And I thank you all for believing in the blue economy and for investing in the blue economy. And by your success, you are actually making a contribution to global peace and prosperity. So I wish you the very, very best, and I thank those who have come from far, far away and invested 2 days of their lifetime in this. And I hope it has been a very interesting journey, certainly for me a learning space. And me as EU ambassador here in Kenya, I'm fully committed to use this, what we achieved today, as a platform to further expand and potentialize the economic space that is created through our Blue Invest conference. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. For the next speech, let me call upon Mr. Governor of Tana River County, Dr. Dado Godana.
Thank you so much. The EU Ambassador, Her Excellency Henriette Giga, Director General, DG Mare, and our Director from the Ministry of Blue Economy. Colleagues, participants, good afternoon. I was not meant to give a speech here today, but mine is basically because as a participant and as a representative of the region, as a governor of this JKP region, we call it the JKP region, is first of all to thank all of you for coming to participate in this Blue Invest Forum. To travel all the way from your places to come to Kwale in the JKP region to have this function, this successful. And for EU and the organizers to agree, and the ministry to agree to bring this forum to this region. I thank you so much, because this region, in this country, we so believe that we have so much potential in terms of the blue space. And so as a player, major player in the country and probably in the whole of even Africa, we have so much that we can talk about. And ours was specifically that it gives us the opportunity to come and learn. I have come here as a governor and representing the rest of them to come and learn what there is there for us to be able to replicate in JKP. And I've seen so much as I was coming in, a lot of innovative ideas, a lot of solutions have been developed by not just our Kenyan people and young people, but the whole of the African continent. I was watching also here when presentations were being done during the pitching sessions, and I was about to ask somebody, how old are you? I think I can ask you now. But sorry, I will not ask. Because that person looked like young, very young, and almost all of them are young people. Our parents could not see those opportunities you saw, or you've seen now, at those years. But I'm happy the young people are seeing opportunities where we don't see. I have never seen, because I could have been part of you if I had any solution. But I have not developed any solution so far. And I don't want to really relate you to Gen Z. But I'm just from a conference in Lamu, just for a sub-region, one of the sub-regions we have, just like JKP. And I saw young people, I saw women, I saw the youths coming up with so much. And that's when I learned there is so much among us within our regions that can be done. And so it also gave all of us here the opportunity as a continent to see what each one of us is doing. When that gentleman from, I think Senegal, was presenting, he said he didn't know what to do with seaweed. Much as he was doing what he was doing, but he didn't know what to do with seaweed. he came and saw here what is being done in Seaweed. So there's a take home out of this conference. And so it has been a forum for exchange of knowledge from among us as Africans. And also the pitching was an opportunity for you to look for opportunity for support in financing. And that is the most critical thing that I think is the purpose of this conference or this forum, to create a platform where we can share together and see which are these investable solutions that we can pick and promote. We've been having that conversation outside there, and we're looking at what should we do as leaders, aligning, trying to ensure that funding gets down there. Because when we're talking of innovation, it has to spring from down there. So how do we get these resources to get to the people that we are calling innovators, so that then they contribute positively to our economies? So again, the Global Gateway is one of the solutions, in my view, that can help us to get where we want to go. And so I congratulate you who have brought in those solutions from the region for the effort you've made to where you are. And my prayer that as we celebrate you here, could be, I don't know, because I've not been told, whether the monies you wanted here, you have already gotten. I don't know, maybe you, so I'm only praying that whatever you are looking for, you have already gotten. I have already approved myself. And again, Ambassador, I want to thank you very much for the Go Blue project. For some years, even in my own region, in the county, we have never been able to get closer to exploit the shoreline we have the way we have been able to do it when you introduced this project, the Go Blue. The cold storages that have been said here for fish, for milk, and the rest of the value chains was because of the project. We benefited because of those projects. And today we can speak about very many other achievements that we've done through the Go Blue project. And so ours is to request that we continue engaging together, even as the project is winding up. If we can have conversations to come up with other options, so that we don't just stop there. Some of these benefits we have seen here, we can be able now to escalate and go beyond there, so that we achieve exactly what we want. Because the essence is about addressing climate change, addressing opportunities within the sea, and building our economies so that we contribute to the general economy of regions and of the nation and Africa and all of us together. So then, mine is to request for more of these conversations, which we are already doing together across the board with different of partners. So I'm happy. It has been very interesting and very encouraging to me and to all of us to see how much we have gone into this. So once again, you are welcome to this region. Don't come once, don't come twice. Somebody has just won a ticket for the boat ride. So we have boats here. We have the coast region of Kenya is a tourist place, so you can find enough time, you can create more time to walk around. It's not just Kwale, there's Mombasa, there's Kilifi, there's Tana River, there's Lamu. All that is blue space for exploitation and tourism. So you can spare your time and decide, just make a decision. Just decide in the next 1 hour. That you are staying a little bit longer to enjoy what the coast has to offer to all of us. Otherwise, congratulations you guys, and thank you all for this successful forum. May God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Governor of Tana River, for that very interesting and nice closing remarks. I now call upon Madam Shalina Vicheva, the DG of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries EU, to give her closing remarks. Thank you. Welcome.
So, Your Excellency, Ambassador of the European Union to Kenya, dear Governor, Honorable Governor, dear Director from the State Department, dear pitchers, dear investors, dear everyone, it has been such a pleasure to be able to be with you for these 2 days of incredible energy, passion, and uplifting action from young people. I agree, these are young people that hold the future, and we have to be thankful and grateful to them that they are so active and so passionate. I promised when we started this exercise that the European Union is looking to very concrete, inclusive and business-oriented event. And I'm so happy that it proved again in its second edition here in Kenya that it is concrete, that it is business-oriented, and alongside with the sustainability in mind, which is absolutely essential, we have the inclusivity that goes as a golden thread. I was so happy to hear also that all the time there were questions from the investors that are very much profit-oriented. They were asking, what will this project bring to the community? How will this project care about sustainability of the ocean? And as the ambassador said, it is not difficult, not just not impossible, it is not difficult to make a business case out of sustainability. So I'm really proud of what we have achieved in these 2 days. I know that you liked my figures at the opening, and I will give you some more about the effect out of what we have organized, all of us, in these 2 days. So what we gathered finally is more than 560 participants, more than 330 on site, and the others online. And I would like to specifically thank both communities, the ones that have made the way here to Kenya, but also the ones that are online, because it is more difficult to sustain the interest out there because you don't feel the energy. I'm sorry. The energy keeps us so much enthusiastic here on the ground. Another very important figure, and this is the 720, at least, organized business-to-business meetings, because we are here for that, to organize business-to-business meetings so that they can come to fruition for new financing, for new teaming up, for new ideas and future projects. And this is the minimum. I'm sure that there were many more These are the ones that we organized. We had 27 wonderful pictures. Believe me, when I had to vote, it was so difficult for me to rank the fantastic, really fantastic presentations that you've made. And I'm sure that it was difficult for you. Being on stage is not easy, but it is so wonderful to see how you can structure, how you can present, how you can convey your conviction and convince the others. I hope that the investors have been convinced, and we will have some investments happening as a result of these 2 days. And it is very important also the qualitative feedback. I'm giving you figures, but it's always important to hear genuine feedback from all of you. And I had so many of you coming to me and saying, this was so useful. It was so exciting. I'm quoting, it was so uplifting. I learned so much. So I'm happy that we have achieved what we have aspired to. And if you allow me, I will try to sum up. And I was listening to Matthew, one of our tech talkers. He was using the 3P, so kind of acronyms using. His triple P was, as far as I remember, people, planet, and profit. I will try to lead you to something else, and you will discover it at the end. And I will start with the first thing that I value myself enormously: innovation and entrepreneurial spirit. So with this forum, we managed once again to promote blue economy, innovation, and entrepreneurial spirit. And not only that, we have put in the light spot the African potential. Blue Invest Africa has shown that on this continent, there is no shortage of ideas. These ideas are so innovative, so genuine. They can make out of the waste a resource for business. And this was not only this room, but also outside in the exhibition. The only thing we need is to make the best environment to source these invaluable ideas and to develop sustainable blue economy. We've seen that some of you are quite well developed already, so the development is at reach. Second, we have put you all in motion. There was really thriving energy in the room and outside. So we boosted your motivation. So my second word, keyword, is motivation. The blue economy is a very dynamic sector, and I was trying to put that on the screen by giving you some interesting figures in my opening remark. It is creating jobs, it is creating growth, it is one of the sectors of the future. And what I know in business is that the ones that are in advance of a good idea, of a dynamic sector, they cream the benefit out of it. I hope you have used these 2 days to connect either online or on site to share experiences and tips and exchange business cards, discover new projects, extend your networks, and maybe make new friends. Friendship is so important. My third concept here, Blue Invest Africa has highlighted the importance of people. My third keyword. Entrepreneurs, investors, policymakers, because these are the enablers of business environment, ocean lovers, and believers in the potential of the blue economy and in the value of partnership. Blue Invest Africa was your event. This is how it was designed, and it proved to be one of these events, the events for yourself. I would like to highlight my fourth concept now. I trust we have also stressed the importance of action. Push back the barriers, weigh up the impossible, and challenge the status quo. This is what happens with the dynamic sectors of the future. You have to cast the pathway of things that some people would not believe in. So you need extra energy, you need extra action to do that. It is often difficult. The life of entrepreneurs is extremely difficult, and I know it because my own daughter has a startup. You are so often close to desperation, but what is important is that you never give up, never. And I have to tell you, from my own experience, if I'm here today, the Director General of the Directorate General for Maritime and Fisheries, I have my assistant here, she would witness. It is because I never give up. If I want something, I go for it. I was impressed by the picture from South Africa, from Johannesburg, who said, I failed 7 times, but in the end, I have a successful company in Johannesburg. And it is not easy to make successful business in Johannesburg. And not only this business is successful and inclusive. So action and belief and confidence in your own force and in your ideas. And this is precisely what Blue Invest Africa is about. Then I come to my last but one keyword, and this is Blue Invest is about creating a community. And my team, Benedict will remember, when we were organizing the first one in the Seychelles, I said we need to build community. And this is not easy because we are too far and away, and to sustain the energy in the network is not easy. But we've made it, and we have some clear examples of that. And these are James and Flavian. And I would like you to give a big applause for these 2 masters of ceremony that make the link between the first edition in Seychelles and this one, and they scaled up, not only in their businesses, but to a master of ceremony status. Thank you so much. You are so wonderful. And by the way, James is in a jacket that demonstrates his business activity, what you can do from the waste, which is the fish skin. So the community is of utmost importance, and we have to sustain it. You can count on me and my team. We will be restless to maintain this community. And I have one good announcement at the end of my statement. And finally, my last word is that blue economy proves to be, and Africa demonstrates that can use blue economy for transformational potential. This is the significance of this sector, that it is so transformational, whether because it contributes to sustainability or whether because it is in the avant-garde with a very dynamic profile of development in the global economy, whether because it contributes enormously to the coastal communities. So, to recap, innovation, motivation, people, action, community, and transformation. When you link the first letters of these concepts, you can fuse it up to impact. So this is what we want to achieve. Impact for you, impact for Africa, impact globally. I can easily go for many other concepts, like partnership, potential, passion to do things better and better. But I decided to go for impact. We hope your participation here in Blue Invest Africa will impact you. As a pitcher, as an investor, an entrepreneur, or Blue Economy supporter, we hope it has opened new doors and created new opportunities. I hope you have learned a lot. The pitchers have scaled up their presentation capacity. And I'm sure, I not just hope, you have found new friends. In return, we are confident that your commitment to the development of a sustainable blue economy will stay, will expand, will make an impact on the way we conserve and use the ocean. And I would also like, on my part, to give a couple of words of thanks. First of all, let me thank the Kenyan government. Really thank you for all the efforts. First, for initiating to host, all the effort for organizing, to give it a high profile. We knew that the president was here to come, but for externalities and certain hiccups, he couldn't come. But we had the cabinet secretary, the minister, we had a very strong political representation of the region. By the way, local authorities are extremely important to enable businesses, and they were there with us. I would like to thank very much everybody from the European Union that made it happen, because it's our idea that we share with Africa. And let me tell you that this idea sprang in Europe, and this is one of the most thriving initiatives. Blue Invest in Europe is one of the most thriving initiatives that we handle. So we wanted to share it with you, dear African friends. First, I would like to thank the delegation, Henriette, thank you so much, but not only you, Hervé, and the whole team behind this humongous work, I would say. I would like to thank my team. You can't imagine how depleted we are. We are a very little team dealing with so many things. And I have here with me Lady Africa, Benedict. She's with her earrings of the African continent. She's so passionate and so workaholic, I would say. She works for a team of 10. And I want to thank you so much, Benedict. I want to thank, of course, the embassies and the ambassadors of member states, EU member states here. They were extremely interested and helpful in this organization. I would like also to thank specifically Vincent. I'm facing you. So we have our contractor, which is a consortium, actually, that is led by GL Events. Thank you so much. You're impeccable. I see you up there and around. It was so smooth, so thought through. You were fantastic and so professional. You did it the same way in the Seychelles. You're just heading to a tradition. Excellent. And now, I would like to thank our pitchers. You've been absolutely fantastic. Without you, this event wouldn't have been what it is. And I would like to ask you, be the ambassadors of Blue Invest Africa. When you go back to your countries, when you hear my last statement, you have to propagate whatever you have learned and the value of this event, because there's so many like you that need this learning and networking experience. Thank you very much to our investors. They were so patient, involved, engaged, and I'm sure that we will end up with some deals. I will be following up. And now I would like to announce something that is important for next year. So we have already an initiating hosting country, that is Togo. So I really thank very much for this initiative, for hosting next year at the end of the year, so we will see when exactly it will be. But I would really like that we will have Kenyan authorities representation, Seychelles authorities representation, and all of you as a community there in 2025. Thank you so much. Now I wish you safe journey back for the ones that are here. Enjoy. I know that tomorrow there is something organized. I'm so envious I won't be able to participate. And I wish a very nice week for the ones that are online. Thank you very much.
Pictures.